Alrighty. I'm unmuted, by the way, Mike. Just FYI. Okay, well, Andrew's going to drink, draw, and drama while James did a random sound effect. Let's see, what was it? I still need to update those, and I haven't got around to updating them. Dang it. Anyway, how's y'all doing? Yep, get out. Hope everyone having a good day. Yeah, I do have like 5 Carl edits I can add, and I just haven't got around to doing it. Making Fox and Maple Lost, right? Oh, right, yeah. Hope that goes well, Luigi. I need to... Make Melee Fox return. That's a bit much, Luigi, don't you think? Gotta fix my camera. It's slightly moved before. Let's see. I want to make sure it's like a good size. Alright, there we go. The next part is... Oh, right. Yeah, I was like blinking. What was the thing? That's the thing I needed to do really quickly. I have to change the title for that. Emoto can utilize it. Well, actually, no. Actually, it's more like I want to change the title so it's not like some random thing. There we go. All right. Well, let's continue on. So, actually, let's see. Is there any way to recap it through the game? Oh, these are all the Japanese things. Oh, okay, those are the moving pictures. I was just checking that. And not to make a Twitch Angie. Oh, of course. Makes sense. Well, anyway, I'm just probably going to recap it when we go back into here. So, basically, it's been like a couple weeks since I last played this. So, I work Saturdays now. James, you work Saturdays? Like Saturday morning? Oh, right. That's why, Sword Tour might not happen then if you're going to be working late on Saturdays. No, not late on Saturdays. Work early on Saturday morning. That means you gotta go to bed at like, what, midnight or something? Dang. What bad timing. That means you can't do Sword Tours on like Friday unless I do it earlier. Well, I intended to do this game for the first one, so it's a little late on that. Well, I have some other backups so I can work on it, so no worries there. Well, in the meantime then, I'm going to do like a recap of this, because it's been a little bit.
Recap
of the Great Ace Attorney, because like it's been like a couple weeks since I last played this. So like, I know that, like going to start of this final case, basically, where this trial is against, Frick, who is that person again? I need to look at the special contents. There has to be like character portraits. I need to remember each character. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Oh, you see all the people here. Lestrade, yeah. So basically, defending a pickpocket, yeah. So her name, Lestrade. So basically, at the beginning of this fifth trial, huh? What?
It's pronounced Lestrade.
Lestrade, Lestrade, who cares? Same thing. Basically, so she basically got in, Gina, yeah, Gina was basically caught, like, during a act, during a night, so, like, yeah, now I'm going to the beginning. So the beginning of the trial was, like, basically we were introduced into the pawnbroker shop, where it's kind of like this, like, safe haven of a lot of people's, like, stuff, where they have they can have it for 2 months there, and on the due date they have to pay the amount back with the amount supposed back with the interest, the holding fee and all that stuff. If they don't, then basically it's free for anyone up to grabs and the pawnbroker to do whatever with it. The problem is that Gina had a ticket for, as we confirmed, Mr. McGill did, for his jacket, and at that moment a little bit of a music box gear. So that was confirmed to be his, and that all stuff, but we couldn't figure out what that music box is, even though Sholmes made a copy of it, because we couldn't find the exact mechanism to play. Each gear is different. So with that, after being introduced in the pawnbroker, we are then suddenly suddenly find out that one night while man, I forgot everyone's names. God, Susato basically was like talking with Gina and Iris, like saying like, oh, there's some like these interesting novel and ideas, and there's even like one of her unwritten ones within the pawnbroker's shop, which we find out that somehow Susato finds out that she mentions a specific novel, the Baskerville or something like that, that was never published or never known to the public at anyone outside of Sholmes, maybe Watson, and even Iris, because she's the one who written it. It was hidden in the pawnbroker shop. So the fact that Susato knew this was very suspicious. But outside of all this, we then later find out that Gina wanted to help Iris by proof that the documents of the book, of the unwritten book, was there, either proving Sholmes is a liar or proving Sholmes is trying to protect something. We find out that there was the documents there, but during that night, 2 people shot Sholmes, ran out, and got Gina basically into another heaping home of she's in trouble again. And ooh, that's spoiler territory. Gotta be careful with that. And basically, Gina is now being accused of murdering the pawnbroker shop, that the person who was running that. We find out that there was another man who also wanted to get a specific jacket and disc from Gina as well, who wanted to try. We proved that the jacket was not his, nor was the disc, as he was some kind of nobody. So, as some kind of serious person, so he basically ran away. Outside of that, I think that's most of the things outside the... I don't know what the 2 pictures thing is called, but we have like the 2 picture thing showcase, which was showcased at the beginning of the trial. So yeah, that's kind of like all the details. We're trying to save Gina from being accused. We then convince her to be like, we believe her as long as she accepts us as defending her, which she eventually did after we dug up some things. So now we're at the trial and we're trying to prove that Gina is not the killer. And so far we've been showcased by the two people who were there at night, basically claiming that nothing happened and they were just there. And it's like, clearly they were lying. Oh, and another thing you should notice that Susato is not with us. It's Iris who's going to be with us at the stand because Susato found out that her father is ill and she has to make a month trip back. So she had to leave on the morning of the trial. So Iris, while telling us that apparently the weather is really bad, told us that, yeah, Susato already left. So now Iris is with us. And by the end of the trial, after we met with all the jurors, especially one of them being very suspicious and familiar, is that the whole situation of this is that we find out that there were a couple books that moved, which means something was moved at the desk, signifying that there's some importance to the robbers being there. So we're gonna have to figure out of this trial what is going on. So we'll see how this goes. I think that's most of like everything that's important at the moment I can recall. So yeah, let's see what happens in part 2 of the trial. Also, we saved her from being guilty, so yeah. All right, here we go.
Order. Please, let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
Oh yeah, it's the Waluigi and Wario brothers. And Gregson. With his infinite fish and chips.
I presume you heard the defense's counsel summation examination.
Oh. Yeah, Governor. Alright, he was like, wah, oh yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov, I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Wah, blimey!
Trying to do like the best Waluigi and Wario voice. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windy Banks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it?
It was, Ness, it was. Didn't heaven have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets?
However, that was a lie. You brothers...
Blimey!
On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. Oh, now nothing of the sort.
How did you figure it out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth.
Each lie that passes through your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And waste the wine again. And that, gentleman, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Ding ding. Oh, I thought worth pondering. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no Norga, we're blah blah squeak here breach. I'll show off also what evidence we got, just so we can review what we have, because it's been a while again. Illegal entry, the whole truth.
Well, alright, we did knock a few times over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshots. He made us both jump and all the stuff went flying.
Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooters come out the door and get us. Next.
We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the block.
The fact that they also straightened out almost everything except the books is actually very, very impressive in the exact pictures. Because everything on the desk would have popped out then.
We couldn't shot the pawnbroker, see. We never even had a chance, did we?
So you admit to the first accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, governor. No.
That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash, we don't. We can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
It can't be a coincidence that these men showed up at Windybanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. Is this Transformers? I'm sure of it. Well, here comes the cross-examination. So, one thing I did forget to also mention in the story is that Sholmes, while shot, was quote-unquote out of commission for a long while, whether it be the anesthetic or not. But we find out as the audience that that was kind of a lie, because we later, the night before the trial, Sholmes was awake talking to Susato before she left, saying that he'll get everything ready by then. So something is about to happen within these parts that we won't know until it happens. Oh, I forgot to also present the items. So let's see, we got an armband, we got the pawnbroker's box. So this is the one that we have an example of the photograph of the picture of the cat, showcasing that he just writes on anything what it is. This is how he writes everything. And this is... I think this is just one of the random items that was given to us. This was February 13th. Gina's representation. Oh yeah, this is like Gina agreeing that not only we needed to investigate the stuff, but Gina also we are defending her. This is the pawnbroker. This is the Mr. McGilda's one because we can see the blood specifically, and this is his because it has one jacket right here. And February 15th. Okay, the little box was Mr. McGilda, okay. And then here's the blood samples. We have one unknown one which was shot. We have confirmed thrice fired, which is the blood where Mr. McGilda killed the thrice fired Mason. We have Pop Windybank because each blood is different, so we don't know what the green one is. Irish Stories manuscript. Yeah, this is the Baskerville story, which is important for some reason. How we know it is, I don't know actually. Mr. McGilda notes, these are just kind of like what happened on the omnibus specifically. Kind of just like important for later, how it ended up. Today's newspaper specifically, where pawnbroker's killed. But then there's also this part where it was mentioned that there's government secrets are being leaked into foreign agencies, which is something that Gregson said it was very important for him to take care of. Give me 1 second, typing. Let's see, autopsy report. This is the killing, of course. They were shot. So it's like instant death. the scene of the crime photo. You can see how the pawnbroker died. Let's see, crime floor plan. This is how the black person is Gina, how she laid with the gun in hand. She did have a gun threatening pawnbroker, but she never fired it as she claims. And then there is the Windy Banks gun, which is the one that Gina was holding, but it was single discharge. But then it was Skulkin's brother's guns. A single shot was fired. So both guns were fired. Yeah, so this is the security camera of Gina threatening Windy Bank. And this is the other one that's after, which is we prove that there are two specific differences in these kind of photos. A stereoscope we can use to see the viewings of the things. Let's see, and that's it. I think that's all the evidence we have for now. So let's see how we go. We in big trouble. I need to get my water. This is going to be a lot of talking, so we're going to be doing this.
Time to drink up, boy.
There you are, Sean.
I hear ice in there. You put ice in there?
Well, yeah. It's hot in here. Get some ice. There we go. Let's see what we got for these guys. It's been a long time since you last seen any Ace Attorney, though, Sean. So this is gonna be definitely different, a different part of the franchise.
It's a lot different than the Ace Attorney that I played.
Yeah, you said I thought you completed the whole trilogy, but you said you never did.
No, nope. I beat the first game, got about 1 or 2 cases into the second game, and then couldn't finish. It was starting to get too hard for me with tiny brain.
You gotta just look up a walkthrough if it's too much.
Oh, you're cheating.
To be honest, the 5th case in the first game is absolutely atrociously difficult. Yeah, that one would take a long time for anybody to figure out. Or just use save states. Bring comparing each other on our hotness clip. Forgot that clip exists too. Can you give a good Scottish accent? Let's see. Skull, no, whatnot. If any child were to read these lines, they would just have a hard time reading these accents. What knocked over? What knocked them scares on the floor? Oh, that guy is eating a lot of fish and chips.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Look, I keep saying I don't appreciate being lumped in as these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas in the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave them told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
Get it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. What's that? Go, must have. Does it ring a bell now, do you mention it? Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
I discovered the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has.
Hitherto? Hitherto? Hitherto. That's a big word. I don't know that word. Proven to be. Why does this game have to have big words? I'm not an English person. I don't speak English well.
Should be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Oh, we'll get it right this time.
Well, that's it. Yep. It's all coming back to me now.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your crushable mind, sirs. Right you are, Gov.
These guys are really bad. Give me the gun. So that does gunshots simultaneously. I gotta eat my sour worms. A career in acting tragically missed. What kind of couldn't you tell? Let's see. Course in the world from the other side. Okay, so they are explaining that they found a victim, but who wanted the gun?
His name is Ringo. Is that supposed to be a Beatles reference?
I don't know if it's a Beatles reference. Well, we are in London, so I guess you could say it might be, but I'm not 100% certain. Because we're in Great Britain instead of like Japanifornia. Or
Japanifornia.
It is actually true that basically it was American with Japanese culture into it. That
you just bastardized Japan and the state of California at the same time.
Dude, no, Sean, have you not heard the official canon of Ace Attorney? It's America with Japanese culture.
Oh, good lord.
It's actually true because the original creator created the first game to have very non-Japanese culture references in it because he initially thought that game was going to be released in the West right away. It was never. So he ended up making the second game all about a lot of Japanese culture, and then to his surprise, the first game was released in English. And so basically they made it all about America. So basically now the headcanon is that Ace Attorney is set in an American-Japanese future kind of thing.
It's wild.
Well, it is what it is. So Mr. Windy Bakes was the guy who wanted to wanted the gun.
I think this is a reference to musicians because the other guy's named Nash, and Nash is another British singer.
I would not know that actually. Is that supposed to be like yeah, so that's supposed to be bad. Who's Nash? Also High School. How do you think I got so fat? By eating pretzels.
Nash is a guy, his name is Graham Nash. He's an English singer-songwriter.
Okay, so he's another British one. So I guess these guys are look like Wario and Waluigi, but burglarized.
It's kind of like the JoJo thing where they name all the characters after British, or not British, but rock stars or whatever.
Okay, that would make sense. You eat celebi. You know, if you want to eat celebi, you're gonna have to. If you want to get fat on eating celebi, you have to eat a lot of them.
You have to eat Carl.
Mm-hmm. So they knew Windy Bake's sound. At least Van Zyke's actually doing his part and making him tell the truth. So we eat Fanto, got it. It's a good job his granny's dead. So Windy Bake needed the gun, got it. No. So we're trying to figure out this case, and we're trying to figure out what is in the testimony that's so messy. Their entire testimony is all messy. I will say, Sean, that this game, does change the formula of the Great Ace Attorney series, the Ace Attorney series a bit differently. Like the third case in this game, definitely was very different than what you would think.
Definitely looks different.
I mean, this is based in like the olden times. This is basically Japan and do you know your history where remember the Britain Japan started making foreign relationships with other people, like with the with London and stuff like that, and they had like a treaty and stuff like that?
Yes, pre-World War II.
Yeah, this is like basically set in during that time period.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so that's all of this. So we're trying to compare, keep a relationship between Japan and London, but also figuring out. What I also like about this game also is that that's not his channel, because I don't even remember what Sean's Twitch channel is now. But
I don't have it off the top of my head.
yeah, but basically this game utilizes all cases into one. Every case is connected in the final case, basically. And many other games are not.
It's an arc.
Yeah, many Ace Attorneys are not. Didn't do that. I don't think it's Sean Sound Sports. That's not the right one.
I think it's Sean Quinn Sports.
Is it Sean Quinn Sports or Sean Sounders FC?
Oh, it might be that too. I have no idea. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time, yeah. He doesn't really stream Luigi, so there's no point in shouting him out. It's not to keep a revolver at all time. Hey, Duda. That surprised me. How you doing, Duda? Hope you're doing well. Welcome back. That's someone. Yeah, so the pawnbroker is infamous for threatening himself if any item is misplaced or lost or on his watch. Like, he was willing to kill himself. It's like, Jesus, this game got dark humor. Yeah, but the way they shot him doesn't make any sense, because it looks like they're trying to say they shot him in the chest, but not in the back, which is kind of what the picture is. The locked wasn't open. It was locked. Hey, Sensobean. Thank you, Skull. That Sensobean is something you need for after all the heartbreaks you've had watching Dragon Ball Z? At least Skull, now you understand some of the references made in Dragon Ball Fighters when I play it. But like whenever I play any other Dragon Ball games. I will remind you every day now, since you've seen it. You saw how Trunks died miraculously because Cell pierced the hole into Vegeta's trunks. I'm pretty sure 4-Star made that joke too. Or how Krillin got impaled by Frieza. Ah, Trunks deserved to die. Trunks deserved very much to die. He couldn't defeat Cell. And then little Dende. I forgot that Dende actually died in Frieza Saga. What? I'm just saying a very, very controversial opinion. So they didn't set foot in the storm because it was locked.
Hold it!
So they did fire on Sherlock Holmes. By the way, Sean, if you don't know, in this game, it's actually official in the Japanese dubbing and stuff like that that apparently Sherlock Holmes is in this game, but because the rights for Sherlock Holmes is very iffy in American laws, they changed his name to Herlock Sholmes.
That's about as easy of a go around as possible.
I mean, they didn't change any of his dialogue. They didn't change up any of his model or actions, which is technically just like interpretation, like a parody, which is in the gray area of stuff. It's the specific name that has to be different. Which, I mean, I guess you could say Herlock Sholmes is as close to the original, but not as not 100% as possible.
Parody law, yep.
Is the parody law actual law? You know, it is actual law. What I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can't, because that name is a trademark of whoever came up with it.
Yeah, and they have to pay royalties for that and stuff like that. Also, I heard that the Sherlock Holmes name and stuff is very difficult to get officially.
Yeah, I mean, you can't create a video game with a guy named James Bond. No way.
Without like
Cost millions.
Yeah, that's why there haven't been a new James Bond game since like 007 Legends. But I will say the GoldenEye remake is still one of my childhood favorites, even though I replayed it recently and it's definitely not aged well. I want more James Bond games. I want to play the Bloodstone one I have and all that stuff, but that's for another time. To be fair, the bridge was funny now that I saw DBZ, so I like it. Just wish they make more. Maybe in the future, Skull, but I will say watching DBZA before you finish DBZ, I mean, you kind of spoiled yourself in certain things because they made jokes about it during the whole thing. So I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% with it. It's not too much spoilers, but it's definitely spoilers where they made jokes spoiling what happened to the Boo saga. So I don't know. It was just one of those like, eh. Also, hi, James.
Hello.
Hey, whoa. James actually has to go to bed early.
Gigi's
Like
better.
me.
Gigi's bed?
Said GT is better.
Chi-Chi's better? Ooh. No, Android 18. She's a loving wife.
I'm having a hard time on figuring out, is GT the end of everything, or is Super overriding it?
If you really want to be very technical, Super, anything within Super is still within the 10-year gap of Z. Okay? So basically, if you can think of like the animation of Super, the early days of the manga Super, that would be like the first 2-3 years or something like that of the first half of the 10-year gap. The second half would be where Teen Trunks and Goten will be, kind of thing. And that's where you would say the rest of Super is going to be, and GT can be after, which in a sense GT can technically still be within the series, but it's basically officially called that GT is non-canon.
I think Super is overriding GT, and the only reason why I'm saying this is because now we have Pan, and we have Teen Trunks and Teen Goten in the new Dragon Ball Super superhero.
I mean, that's still technically right before the end of Z. The OST in GoldenEye is a classic. I mean, that's like based off the movie too. So the GoldenEye in that one too. I mean, they did a pretty good job with the Wii remake and the remastered and the other ports, but honestly, there's definitely a lot of decisions there that changed a bit, but it still was a very fun multiplayer experience in that game. And I'm glad that some people are keeping it alive. I never noticed anything. Well, you'll see what I mean, Skull, when you go into it by some jokes. I'm not gonna say if you missed it, but it's definitely, there's some jokes that spoiled it a little bit. Sean versus Digits in 2K18. This should be fun. Ooh. Can we stop spoilers, please? I've muted myself. We haven't spoke spoilers. Yeah, there was no spoilers there we were talking about. That was like the time period. Let's see. I've already waited long enough on this. I was barely paying attention to that part. Alright, let's see. So the victim was already in the storeroom, it was locked, and it had the gun. And they shot Sherlock Holmes. The only character... No, but Kraid, the only character I know that we may have mentioned, that Mike has mentioned, is so early in the Boo saga that isn't... Oh wait, no, I mentioned it too. But they're so early in the Boo saga that... I can't necessarily say that's big spoiler at all. Like, it's literally in the first episode. Well, in the sense of the manga, per se. Bless you. So honestly, like, in terms of that character specifically, I don't really count that as a really spoiler, since that is not something that... Also, like, there's the abridged too. If you know what I'm talking about, Kraid. No, actually, unless you never watched the movie versions, then there's a chance that you may have never seen it. Unless you only watch the specific episodes and not the movies. Then there is something that she may have missed. The movement of the eyes, words they choose, they can think all the brain. I must be 5. Ha! So something about their testimony does not make any sense. The bloke who owned the place was holding the gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. That doesn't make any sense because he was not. I'm hearing a fan, James.
Hmm?
I'm hearing a fan.
Fan?
Yeah, some kind of fan's going on your mic. I'm feeling like it's this gun or the picture. Basically showing that...
Objection.
Nope, that's not it. Saying the bloke had it doesn't make much sense. The bloke what owned the place was holding the gun. What? Just give me a shot. We heard you yell out, "Give me the gun." There has to be something I'm missing. It didn't give me half a fright. No, I'm gonna press this again. Definitely there was a lot of talking and I could not remember what it is. So heard a wavering voice before yelling, "If you don't want to get shot, give me the gun." I was wondering what in those pictures is missing. In those pictures, none of them were missing. It's just that they were used to see that what was moved, signifying that they did more than just be in there and leave. where's Himoto? I need her. Because I'm actually kind of getting...
Me.
Huh?
You have me.
Can you figure it out?
No.
Even if I explain everything?
Nope.
And yeah, then I don't have you.
Aw.
Emoto's listening.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is I'm missing to present, because I'm definitely missing something to present. I'm pretty sure it's either give me the gun statement or the next one, which is the bloke what owned the place was holding the gun. So the bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. Do I show the picture of him actually showing that Gina had the gun? Or what? I'm not 100% certain on that. I did show the gun. It didn't work, at least on the specific statement I'm on right now. I'm also thinking of the photograph as well, but I'm not 100% certain because the thing is that this is a shortly before it happened, so it could be not work because it's like it's not enough time to be in the moment to showcase that he didn't have the gun. I mean, it could work. I'll try it.
Objection.
Okay, so that was the pic. It was the picture that was needed. Oh, you wanted to look at both the gun and the... That was not very clear. Well, it was the picture. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? And is this... Be neutral. He wields a gun. That's... When I did golf, you got the picture. He has, Nash. He has. No question. And yet, in the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Huh.
Furthermore, defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
That was actually my thinking, because like that time between in 30 minutes is a very long time. It's like it's not exactly an accurate time frame, so that's why I was like that could work, but it also couldn't. So I guess they really wanted to intend that way.
Yeah, that's right.
Too right. Too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn tables on the guy, eh?
I changed his voice, really. Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid it just won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
Skorken never skocken. So we're back at the beginning. So they prove that that's not a good time frame. Yeah, I was like, could have, huh? So that was an important thing to showcase. Why is it important saying that this photographic print is not good enough? Why? Because this is the post shooting. This is what happened after everything.
Maybe it could be the time.
It's not the, I mean, it goes after every 30 minutes that it takes the picture, so it doesn't really, the time is not that, is not the important part. The important part is proving that, they claim that Windy Bank has the gun and Gina never did. But in reality, Gina had the gun and Windy Bank never possessed the gun.
Compare the two photos again.
Can I do it like this? Nope, I can't do that. Let's see. I'm looking at this one. The only difference is that this book stack over here shifts slightly. That's the only thing I know that we proved in the previous part of this trial. But they're in the storeroom, which is outside of the camera's view. And at that point, why didn't Sherlock Holmes, or not Sherlock Holmes, Sherlock Sholmes, it's a different character, put the camera inside the storeroom, honestly? I feel like that would have been much better. I don't think the picture of him being shot in the back is significant. They do act like he was shot at the front, but that could be just them acting. I don't think that's a good way to see it. There is nothing on this gun that signifies anything else other than the barrel. It's only proven that one shot was shot. What is solid evidence? Spin all the items around. Well, this is their gun, specifically. Which they have claimed that they have shot Sherlock Sholmes with it. So even though they didn't really want to, they did do that. What did they say about Sherlock? Hurley. Yeah, so they did shoot it. So this one is not connected to Gina as of right now. Let's see what other items I can. Stereoscopic scope. I can't do anything with that. They didn't kill him, they incapacitated him. She's a 10-year-old girl. Oh, because they wanted to escape and they thought he was a cop or something. Nothing with this, actually. I don't think there's anything with that. It's my armband. This was proved before to show the stereoscopic capabilities and that this is the pawnbroker's thing. This was proven to be Thricefield's blood for Mr. McGilded, and that these two pictures were used as proof to showcase the differences of the stereoscopic. We don't know the green blood. We know Thrice fired, and this is Pop Windy Bank, which unfortunately is nothing to us. This one is important for some odd reason, but we don't know why. It's an unreleased manuscript for Iris. Mr. McYoda, there's nothing in this that is relevant right now. Today's paper is Windy Bank. So yeah, there's a leaker of the foreign details, which is important to info us right now. There's nothing for us to really utilize, Imoto. Do we present here that autopsy report? Let's see. Single bullet wound in the upper half of the victim's back. No visible signs of trauma. Instant death per post-wound bullet wound in the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back and gently rising diagonal trajectory. So no, there's no difference in the picture of that. That actually proves to be accurate. Again, like if I were to press this, they would go through the act of him trying to grab the gun from her, which could be the thing that I could go after. But the only problem is that this part right here doesn't make sense with the shot, because that's more on the front. But I don't know if that's more of them thinking like that, because they haven't seen it, they just heard it. So I can't say that's actual conclusive evidence. They said they just heard it in the storeroom. They never saw it, so they kind of just like thought, oh yeah, it's kind of like this. So I can't say that's like the actual thing. It doesn't sound like there was a struggle for the gun. But that doesn't mean that we have proof that there was a struggle or wasn't. Would the autopsy report prove that not? Because technically speaking, like, you would just grab the gun, or you would try to. Like, I don't know about the autopsy report. That's the only thing that's like for the struggling. The front forward shot is what I was thinking, but the only problem is that that's still like them thinking about it. I'm not 100% certain is that what the game's trying to sway me to. I mean, again, they just heard the fight. They never exactly saw the fight. So they're trying to assume certain things. I guess like hearing it is different than actually like saying, I don't know. Well, let me try presenting then that. The autopsy report is not right. That just got me a one tick off. Problem is that I'm going to showcase everything. I'm going to lose all my points by the end of this whole thing. Well, I mean, I don't think the photograph is going to do anything either, because it says a bullet wound from the back. So if this didn't prove it, then I doubt the photograph is going to do anything. It has to be one of these two, or am I not seeing it right? Let me see. Let me see from the beginning. All right, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't ruffling for nothing. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Lummy, it didn't have gave me a fright. We were thinking the shooter could come out of the door and get us next. So we stuck everything back as we found it and scampered straight into the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never even had a chance, did we? Are we in the storm? Will?
The mic is being destroyed.
No, noise suppression got turned off automatically. I need to turn it back on.
No, both of them are guilty, Skull, for shooting Sholmes. But we need to find out how to prove that their whole testimony is broken. I'm sorry you're doing well.
Can't complain, really. Just chilling.
Is it the autopsy report or the shot? Yeah, they did. So here you go, Moto. So basically, so right here is basically the shop counter where you saw the picture right here. Basically, Gina was right here, and the pawnbroker was right here. Then she demanded them to go to the storeroom, which is right here. Locked the door from inside, so there's a door here. So no one in this area would able to see the storeroom at all. The only person people were in here were Gina and the Windy Bank. So all they heard was, "Give me the gun," bang, and that's it. They ran after they got scared. My thinking is, do I show the autopsy or the crime photo in this part? Because he says, like, the bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Which wouldn't make sense if he was shot from the back, in a sense. I think that would make the most sense.
Objection.
Okay, that was the proof right there. We were missing it. I guess you could think that it was because they saw her go in for a second. I don't know. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winniebank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? For his neutral B, he wields a gun.
Well, that's it, Gov. We've got the picture.
Yes, now she is, no question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after incident clearly shows that Mr. Winniebank was not holding a firearm of any description. Oh, so we just showed the wrong picture.
You what?
Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Did Gordon Bennett? Is that supposed to be a play on word of Gordon Ramsay or something?
Objection.
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winniebank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah, that Mortura used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me the gun. Wham!
Kind of thing.
Hold it.
Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Eh?
If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give a rise to undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. So it was the acting out that they are trying to assume.
Goodness, where's your counsel?
So I was overthinking that part, I guess. You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the witness' portrayal of the victim's final moments?
Take that.
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if the testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. That guy is literally on a box.
But it's the God's honest truth.
It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night.
The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun?
Something like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard that the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash,
They look so flat in that picture.
Order. Witnesses, explain yourself as at once.
Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
I'm more to understand that you replaced the untruths of the original testimony with renewed lies.
we're ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is,
Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us.
What are they talking about? Let me make up your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no option for other option available to you.
Wolf,
come on, the game's up.
but we have our guts for gutters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstance under which this meeting took place.
Well,
Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Well, here we go. Encounter the victim.
All right, we
just got inside the gaff and and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
give me the gun, he bellowed. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it.
For old geezer the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
I pulled me a gun on him, and then he egged it through the door into the back room.
We never had nothing to do with him killing him. That's not what happened, I swear.
So you're now telling us the moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom. You, in fact, encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time...
It's time, Nash, this time. We ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well. Council defense, you may proceed to cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. The moment we've been waiting for. The cross-examination time. So let's see what we got. Who else is the old geezer? It's me grandpapa. No, it's Sean's grandpapa. Actually, wait. Who's here is...
What?
Who has ancestors in Europe?
The whole family.
You have ancestors in Europe, right?
Like, way back in the ancestry.
I probably do, but I'm not sure.
No, so then it could be one of your grandpas that got shot in the pawnbroker shop.
Hey. Well, the one who could tell me is, well, she's dead.
No, this is from the 1800s.
Well, I know. The only relative of mine that could have told me if I have ancestors in Europe, she's dead. She's been dead for, God, give me a second here.
One.
Uh,
I gave you 1 second, now tell me.
let's see, my brother's 20. He broke his arm when he was, back in 2014, so she's been dead for about 6 years.
So they didn't see Gina at all. Well, Mr. Winnybake does look like a different kind of Will. He was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Yep. So he had the gun. Okay, so he basically came after them with the gun, checked him over the counter. So he flew over the counter because the guy threw him like a yeet man. Were you intending to shoot? So he pulled a gun. So he shot Sholmes, but didn't want to shoot the old man.
Alright, boyo. I'm hitting my wall, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Stop going to bed so early.
What happens when you get up at 4:30?
Stop going to bed so early.
Good night.
Good night.
See you tomorrow.
Night. When he pointed a gun at him, let's see. Said he shoved me away. So that statement's inconsistent. Okay, so they basically this had nothing to do with the killings. And it was Gina. Now 10 years reading my expression. Yeah, so there has to be something to prove that there may be maybe one more. So let's see. The brothers are willing to reveal it all this time. Let's see. So it's basically the second to last one and the last one are important. Do we have to prove that someone was there or not? That's also the question. So he pulled a gun. He went into the back room. Yeah. So basically what happened is what they're claiming, Emoto, is that he came, like, they came into the whole place, then and went behind a counter, I'm assuming. He came out of the back room with his gun, his specific gun. And he said, and they had their gun and he wanted to get the gun. He threw the brother over the counter. And so the other brother had his gun, pulled it out, threatening him, protecting his other brother, and then Windy Bank ran back into the room with his gun. That's what they're claiming, and they said that there's no way that they killed him, which is basically showcasing that they aren't the one killers, and Gina is the only one in the room. But is Gina really the only person in the storeroom? Possibly. Something about that does not ring true. Let's see. No, never. By a man whose shop was being burned. And then the man fled to the storeroom when you pointed your gun and said, yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door, shut himself in. He shoved him away? It's not that he can't, Gina was not in there. The more question is, how did he get his gun? And all. I mean, it's all, Gina has said that she didn't really want to kill or steal anything. She just wanted to see where Sherlock Holmes's box was with the Baskerville stuff. Gina wasn't proven that she was knocked out already at that moment, so we don't have any evidence for that. You said that he didn't have time to shoot the dude, but in this, his gun was already out and the guy ran back. Yeah, that's what it's like. It's so inconsistent. Yeah, so it was right here that he says that they saw Windy Bank, but never thought he would come out to the back room. So he did come out to the back room. Yeah, and he popping up the only place he could have been. So Gina was supposed to be in the back room at that point. Actually, there's none of the statements ever say that he had the gun. So they're saying that a lot of people are assuming that Gina was in the storeroom already. You mean like, as in like, is there proof? So are you saying, Imoto, that at the respective victims, as in like when Windy Bank's gun shot him and the Skulkin's ones shot Sholmes? There is no definitive evidence because we don't have the bullets. We know that Windy Banks was in the room and his was shot in the back and it was fired. That's the assumption we got. We know Skulkin's one bullet was fired and it was very likely at Sholmes. The only evidence of a bullet would be this one right here. This is the one that shot at the whole thing. Nope, we can't. I don't have anything to look at it closer. The thinking though is this could be Windy Bank's bullet, which would prove that the gun was Actually, if we can prove that this is Windy Bank's gun, then the bullet that killed Windy Bank is not the gun that Gina had. Because Windy Bank only has one bullet in his revolver. So if you can maybe prove this bullet, then there's a possibility. But the only problem is we need the specific blood. And I don't know if we can do it in this part, but maybe a different part. Because we don't know whose blood this is. So basically, think of the blood with different types of blood. You know, like there's A, B, O kind of thing. So like each blood is different types of that. So we don't have the actual definition, but this is kind of like a reaction to those different types of blood. So say that green is O, that purple is, you know, A, and then like blue is B or something like that. Like we can prove that certain things are like this. This is how we solved with at least proof that McGilded lied about his testimony and he was the murderer of Thrice Fired Mason. Because when Gina was wearing that jacket, here I'll show you, like this overcoat jacket right here, when we sprayed her when she was in jail, it showed that she was covered in all purple blood, which proved that McGilded killed Thrice Fired. Which also is very unsanitary if you really think about it. That jacket has been there for 2 months and she's been wearing it for a little bit. But yeah, no, it's just the blood types. So we know that two of the three bloods. The question is, who is this green blood? That's the one that we don't know. I know that Justin's probably just going to be watching this and be like, I know the answer, but I'm not going to tell you because spoilers. Sholmes, lol. Well, okay, here's the problem with that. Is that Sholmes was proved to be shot like down at like the side. Or one of his sides, basically his sides. And the specific shot is more up top towards like the upper head kind of area. So unless they shot like directly up like that, it's a little weird. We don't know his color of blood. That's also another thing that we don't know.
Hold it!
Yeah, I don't have any of their information outside of just who am I looking at. Egbert Benedict. Yeah, this is the guy that we saw that tried to steal the jacket. We don't know who he is, but he definitely was trying to steal the jacket for some odd reason. So what are the other paper evidences? Let's see what we've got. This one is all about like the small box that I think Mr. McGilded had. That one was something missing. We tried to look for it, but we couldn't find it. This is Gina's paper saying that they're allowed to represent her. So I don't think this is anything that would prove much. This one, on the other hand, is Mr. McGilded's specific gentleman's coat. There's the blood samples. There's Iris's story of the Baskervilles, which doesn't make any sense. Why this is related to the case right now. And then the Naruhodos. The Baskervilles. There's nothing over it. There's the McGilded notes, which was from the third case where showcases of what happened. You mean this thing? There's nothing. It just proves, I guess. It just proves that it's official, I guess. Yeah, and the other one is like, this is the foreign thing. Yeah, so the ticket stuff has a date and time basically saying you have 2 months from this point to this point to pay back your debt. I'll keep it safe for 2 months. If by any means it's past the time of the due date, the pawnbroker has full ownership of the item, said item. So it's basically like we're holding it until you pay us back, or if you don't, it's officially ours. It's like a contractual agreement. Let's see. There's nothing in here I can really... How are they saying that a gun was in Windy Bank's hand? That's one thing I'm trying to get, trying to figure out. I'm lost on that part.
Hold it!
Justin, can you explain why they think that Windy Bank has the gun? Because I don't see it in any of the statements. Yeah, the Nash dude basically pulled out a gun when his brother was thrown over the counter, and Windy Bank saw this and ran back into his room, the storeroom, and locked it. Okay, so they say it right here. Never mind. So it was somewhere right there where he said he saw he had the gun, which wouldn't make much sense. But how do we prove that he didn't have a gun and it was Gina who had it? Because that is one thing that I'm trying to figure out right now, is that Gina had the gun and threatened to have him open up the storeroom. No, the gun specifically is strictly the pawnbrokers, which is Windy Banks. She basically took the gun away from him and threatened him to open up the storeroom so she can see what's inside Herlock Sholmes' case, which had the Baskervilles story in it. But she never intended to fire, at least that's the assumption. That's the claim she's saying. She just wanted to prove whether Herlock Sholmes was telling the truth about keeping that that story locked up for a time being or not. That is something I don't know what is the exact reasoning, but we also don't have full-on proof whether she had the gun. Do you know the story? The story about the specifically what? No, we don't. It was basically Susato, the assistant, said that, oh, I love to hear about the Baskerville, Hound of the Baskervilles. It was kind of hinted at the beginning of this trial, but basically Susato said, I love to hear about the Hound of the Baskervilles, which to then Sholmes and Iris's shock that somehow Susato heard about the unpublished story, something that was never publicly told anywhere outside, and Sholmes and only Iris would know about it, in a sense, of this case. And Susato knew about it, but they don't know anything else about it. Now, the theory is, it's because they mentioned about Watson being Sholmes' actual partner, but he then left in a faraway country while Iris was very, very young. And the first case we ever meet, we met someone named Watson who was from an English country. And he fits the bill really well. And that's when Susato and Naruhodo was kind of connecting something. So my theory is something to do with Watson. That Watson is how Susato knew about this story. Now the question about what the story is exactly, I have no idea. All I have is just this large piece of paper is all. Honestly, I kind of feel like because they think he had the gun, I might just have to present the photograph of Gina, because that would be the best case of showcasing that he didn't have the gun, right? Would that be the case? Because they claim he has a gun, but he never did. Not in this part, though.
Objection.
Okay, so it's not the picture. I'm missing something here. I am missing something here. Bless you. Is someone thinking about you, James? You sneezed. Is someone thinking about you?
No. I mean, you're thinking about me right now, probably.
I am. I'm married to you.
Well, debatably.
Well, then again, you filed the divorce papers, so yeah.
Yeah, you made fun of me for my Wordle score, so I'm still bitter about that.
Oh. Water under the bridge?
No.
James holds a grudge. That was not part of the settlement agreement. We just get unmarried.
Hold it.
Lestrade. I don't have any proof that there could have been another person. I mean, I could just play it out and see where that goes. What do you think, Emoto? This part is like I'm actually kind of stumped on right now. I don't know what to do. There's no sign of it being damaged or undamaged. We never made any report of that. The door is just locked from the inside and cannot be accessed from the outside. That's the only thing we know for sure, unless someone had the key, which the pawnbroker would. It is sus. I'm wondering if I should just let this play out and see if this is possible for another. Because like my thinking is the whole throwing over the counter thing seems a little bit weird. Because like, okay, my thinking about how this is playing out is that at the very beginning they open up and they just see this geezer come in because he obviously would hear the bell or something going through the door and sees them, and he says grab with the gun. It's like give me that gun, which is weird because he didn't pull out his gun at this moment. So that was it. Oh, I'm pretty sure it has a bell or something on the door. Because I don't know if there's actually I don't know if there's a bell on the door. My thinking is that there is something at the door to signify they're coming in. This is what my thinking is. Though that's my assumption, not the game. He came. Okay, so the thing is that they came over here. They came inside and they saw him coming out of the storeroom. The question is, where were they? Because if they were over here, it would make sense he would be fighting them. Or if they were over here, why would he throw him over the counter like there? Let me say this one. Wait, did it say entrance? We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. Okay, so they basically were keeping an entrance to the storeroom and came out. Or were they keeping entrance? Were they keeping entrance of the whole pawnbroker shop? Or were they keeping an eye over here? What the heck? So basically, he would emerge from the storeroom and he saw them. And they never saw Gina. So basically, what we're going at this is that there is some kind of weird inconsistency here. But I can't seem to find it. Did you press all the statements? Yes, I did. I mean, there's only one other place that they could have come from, I guess. But yeah, I did press all the statements. There was nothing add to it. No one's suspicious. So I gotta present something. Or I can go to the very end and say that there's another possibility that there's someone in there. Because my thinking is that they could have been inside, and they're just twisting up the statements a little bit. But I'm not 100% certain. Hey, Max. Happy 11 months. Man, it's almost 12 months. Jesus. Sheesh. Almost 12 months, my dude. How you been? You been busy? I've been like stuck at this, Max, for like a little bit. I'm just trying to also feel like this. Oh, it has been over a year. Yeah, because we said about the fighters. It was the cooler fight. That was still a fun fight. It was a whole year since Carl's 24-hour stream too. You missed that one. That was a fun stream. Also him, yeah. But yeah, I've been just stuck at this part for a good like 15 minutes because I don't know what to go after. Cause here's my thinking. But it's like cause at this last spot, if I press him, we could say that there is another person, but who else can I present in that regard? Because I can't say necessarily that randomly that they were in it. There's no proof that there was another person in the storeroom. Other than Gina, of course. Specifically Gina. I know it's something significant that there's only one person, but we don't have any proof to showcase that there is like more than one person. So it has to be the other statements, right? But yeah. I hope you've been doing well, Max. Wario and Waluigi are innocent. They are never innocent, Justin. They always cause harm than good. Oh my god. I'm seriously missing something. Also, by the way, Justin, I'm curious about the gameplay mechanic. Is this going to be like dual destinies? Because that's the only most recent Ace Attorney I played. Where if you fail, they checkpoint you at a good spot so you don't have to replay the whole beginning. Or is this going to be like the old Ace Attorney games where you have to replay the entire, like, I guess, so-called part in order to get back to the spot that you were at? Do they checkpoint you at certain spots? Because I hope they do. Also, how are you doing, Justin? I am stumped.
I'm gonna watch some Alien.
Alien as in the original Alien with a chest bursting?
Yep.
It's gonna be like you're gonna be watching the birth of an alien human. Okay, so it's like a checkpoint. Got it.
I mean, there's aliens sort of like that in Ark. They're called Reapers.
You're a Reaper. Well, I'm assuming it's a checkpoint because this is after Dual Destinies. But that wouldn't make any sense, Emoto, because it's shown that it's instant death by shot from the back. So that means they would have at least seen him in the storeroom. And basically, like, here's how it's gonna work. Basically, he would have been facing back. The green guy would have shot him. He would instantly fall because he didn't have time to just like move around. If you're saying Gina would shot him, they would basically have to move like over here, and then she would shoot him like through here because the calendar is right next to the door, right in this location specifically. So that would make not really any sense unless the bullet curved somehow and then she fainted. Oh yeah, no, the green blood, the calendar is right at the entrance, like right here, specifically. So that's where you need to know where it is. So basically, the shot was somewhere around here specifically, where someone was shot, and the bullet hit the calendar right here. Nice. Oh, Justin, by the way, did you know I actually drove close-ish to your home during a little door dashing today? I could have said hi. Though I don't know if you were even home, like, before 5. Ha! I could be like, housekeeping, housekeeping. Definitely not okay. I am definitely no, it's fine, Emoto. I'm just like, I'm definitely stumped at this part. I don't know what. Thanks for stopping by, sorta. Lol, lol, lol. Yep, no problem. It would have been even funnier if it's like I drove to your exact house, but it was your neighbor ordering DoorDash, and then just be like, take a picture of your home and be like, hey, Justin, hi, say everyone hi to Justin's home, and and I just left. That would have been funny. Maybe one day. The photograph of Gina.
Objection.
No, that wasn't it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a checkpoint for this because I actually legit don't understand the connections. I am missing something here. I am very much missing something here.
Hold it.
Puh. He shoved him, which means he had to shove him away in order to get to. He had to get to the storeroom? That doesn't make any sense.
Objection.
Nope. Looks like we're gonna get a guilty verdict. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got a failure. Guilty. That's my game message. There's no other sense to say. Oh no.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. We couldn't. It's only a dose examination. That's the thing. Court is now adjourned. Oh, she's dead. Okay, good. So it is on the checkpoint. At least we get all my checkpoints back. Yeah, no, if you played the original Emoto, like keep in mind, we would have to replay the entire trial case. Like the entire trial case of like the original game. That's what like the checkpoint systems ever since like Dual Destinies, I believe. Yeah, because Apollo didn't have it. Yeah, basically, yeah, it would have been annoying to go through everything. It was armband all along, yes. I'm just like trying to figure out what's like there are so many inconsistencies in here, but we're trying to figure out what proves the inconsistencies. Am I missing something? Am I actually missing something? It's one of these statements that it does not make any sense right now.
Hold it.
Did you sneeze?
No.
Did you cough?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, 6 feet.
Well, considering you're a couple miles away, I think you're safe.
A couple miles? You don't know. Germs can fly through the air.
Objection.
I think I already presented that, so it's like it doesn't make any sense.
Objection.
He claiming he saw his gun. That's the thing is I can't figure out how that connects to all this. I'm missing something here. It's they claim that they straightened up the book so they can hide, but they got caught because they took a while by us, as in Susato, Herlock, and Naruhodo. They shot Herlock, which is why their gun is gone, like one bullet, and they ran, but the button was pressed, so they ran into the police, which is why Gregson has them in like custody right now. Let's see what the evidence we got. I already can't use those three. I can't use the Ardbad, obviously. There is no things I can do with the blood samples right at the moment because there's nothing I can prove with it right now. There's nothing I can prove with the manuscript. Mr. McGilded notes, the only thing that yeah, there's nothing I can use about it. Today's paper is just showcases that it's the foreign stuff. So the only things that has to be in here, I don't think I can do the stereoscope. Crime floor plan doesn't seem like much I can utilize. Though, let's see, crime scene photograph this is supposed to be when he's still alive, so I don't think the autopsy report or the crime scene photograph is relevant. The gun doesn't seem relevant enough. None of the pictures seem relevant. It might be the crime scene floor plan where it's just the positions of where they... Whoops. Is it just the positioning that I was thinking about? Because I was suspicious about the position because he said he shoved him away. Which wouldn't make any sense because that corner spot is really weird. So I've been focusing on the gun specifically. But is it actually just because of him being so-called shoved and thrown is the actual reason why this is so weird?
Objection.
Nope.
Objection.
Good thing I have infinite tries. I will go all night to figure this out. Which, please, I don't want to go all night because that would be just crazy. I am seriously stumped in here. Justin, can you give me a hint? Because I'm missing something. I'm actually missing something and I can't see it. Because it has to be with the gun and the positioning of everything, but it's so inconsistent that I don't have any proof to see how it is. I thought it'd be a crime scene photograph because, like, him moving away to it, it's just weird. That's what I was thinking, like, should I just go after it? Because that's what my thinking is, as a possibility. Because I might be overthinking this, and I just should have just went with there is a possible third person in there, but I have no proof in the regards to showcase it. So I guess I'll just go at it because that was my first instinct of it. Press the thingy. You mean press the button? Okay, Justin. Present my armband. Because this is the only possible other route I have never taken just because I didn't have any proof solid enough. Are you serious? I'm done. I'm done. GG's. I'm out of here.
What?
I'm out of here. GG's. I'm out of
What
here.
happened?
I'm out of here.
What? What happened?
Freaking it was that stupid press thing. God. The music changed, which means that this is going on the right path. It was the thing I was thinking of pressing, but I was like, oh, I can't be that. It can't be. God dang it. I was at that whole part for like a good 30-40 minutes, just trying to figure out what am I missing. I was way overthinking it so far. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Eh?
What? What's that look for?
For a moment, you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely.
It did?
What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And that is the belief of defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storm which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Consul, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of the two conundrums.
Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe.
Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to questions posed by his lordship. I only got one shot at this! And I'm gonna have to restart from this part. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate where the person could have fired the gun. Yeah, like right here, I was thinking that too. Defense believes the culprit would have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Honestly, I think... No, Imoto. If this is wrong, I think I have an answer for this. Because, like, okay, keep in mind this, Imoto. Let's assume that my theory about the bullet, you know, the bullet of Windy Bags, came from... Is this right here is the bullet from Windy Bag, all right? Let's assume that. Now, this is proving that it's not Windy Bag's blood. This is someone else's blood, but it was shot... something was shot from this. I don't think it's Sherlock Sholmes. At least, so far, we have no proof of that. But assuming this is a theory... So, my theory is thinking about this is that he could have shot Windy Bag somewhere in the storeroom, but the blood may not have been able to be seen. Because one thing I noticed about Gina's jacket, the overcoat jacket, it was like the blood was almost impossible to be seen. Like it was covered in black, covering the blood. And you know, when blood dries up, it gets darker. It's harder to see. So if there was a way to cover up the blood of Windy Bake somewhere in the store, like putting it underneath some books, it would be possible to showcase that Windy Bake was not shot in the storeroom, and that this fight was shot from this bullet would be the person who shot Windy Bake specifically. I'm not saying this blood is Windy Bake's. I'm saying like this blood could be the position where the man who shot Windy Bake, and Windy Bake shot the man, but the man shot Windy Bake in the back. Or like, no, Gina had the gun. Gina could have shot the man in the back, and Windy Bake could have been shot in the back, getting hit against like some books and falling down. That's a theory I have, but it could also be like wrong. Yeah, he died instantly, but that doesn't mean someone could have moved the body. But then again, that could also be wrong. Who knows? The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterberg died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear the body was moved after death. Okay, so then my theory was wrong. Never mind. I was wrong. I blame Justin for me being wrong because I'm always right. And Justin's always wrong. Which tells us that he almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you're adamant that the shot was fired from the outside the storeroom.
I see how the inner workings of the three-letter organization work. Shh. Imoto, we don't talk about that stuff. Justin, the complications of my mind are an enigma, bruh. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony...
I pulled me gun on him, and he legged it through the door, through the back room.
If Mr. Windybank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had a perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside their storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving to the findings of the Scotland Court. Coroner. This report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man. Shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Oh, of course. Of course. He could have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was flying horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so?
Very well, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario described, the defense assertion is that the victim was shot from the outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Well, there is only one person who could actually possibly have done it, honestly.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's a tricky one, that isn't it?
I have big nuisance and no place in my corner. Also, remember that, please.
But of course Jeannie would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. It does? She just saw someone get shot. I shot it too. That's true. Well, if I was Jeannie in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? You're right, Emoto. Maybe you are Iris because she is a 10-year-old. But then again, Iris is like a 10-year-old, a bit younger than you're supposed to Laura be. Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Mrs. Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. I'm not 10, I'm 12. Or so we think. Actually, no. Carl is supposed to be 10 years old. No. Isn't Carl supposed to be like 10 years old? He's 11? Eh. I don't know. I don't know my adopted brother's age. Nor that I don't think Justin knows Carl's age as well. I thought we agreed he was like in 6th grade and you were in 8th grade. That's why it was like that. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time. But at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders? Eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, they would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell for where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have asked to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she just slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it.
We ain't, Gov. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shot no one.
You shot Hurley. It's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. I point. Where does that leave us? You mean to say that this wasn't a pickpocket who shot Pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as dense as brothers. Listen, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll give a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. Maybe I'd be 13 then. Yeah, that's probably probably a decent. Well, I thought we were young. You made you younger than teenager, that's why. What's this now? He's laughing?
You find this situation amusing, Lord Franslax. I might find myself the defense's argument most persuasive.
Take a drink, people. I dare say, such chicanery is bread and butter of the street performers in your own provisional Eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. It is 13 or 14 years old. Is it 13 or 14? I forgot that 8th grade was that then. What? The hypothesis you put forward so astonishingly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me you are unaware of the logic's failing?
Say, Lord Von Zyx. Might be an idea to explain the belly conjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground, eh?
The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really simple, very simple to understand. As I break a chalice again, assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets!
Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. 2 bullets. Yeah, I was wondering about that logic too, because it was like, it's soundproofed there, but the problem is that the logic was slightly off. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Sherlock Holmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows us that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness! I think you're fine. Oh, and if the brother's gun hit Sholmes, it means Windybank was not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, these Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, It was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Order, order, order!
And someone got hit. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hulled nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Fredrix!
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Jean Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with a loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. Mickers down to the yard, thank you very much.
No, don't. Don't give it him. It's mine. That is mine. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Mr. McGill has to be taken in as evidence right now.
Mine.
Yes, that's the music box disc. Mr. McGillicuddy's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious!
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths in which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it will be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel. As Grimmer's testament to the defendant.
Lord Von Sykes,
Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector.
we had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he's said anything to Van Sykes at all. I am unaware of any such meeting.
But those were instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Oh, I see where this is going now. Inspector, I am a prosecutor. I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Music box has been entered in the court record. Interesting. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. I present to thee. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once in all of 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord!
I wonder if I might say something at this point.
Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Been stubborn about in the bit of fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is barely obvious to me as my man. There is only one thing for it.
Oh no.
Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
He sounds so evil. And that guy is literally hitting you with his head.
We have a consensus of the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I won't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. It must be because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you ready and the other jurors ready?
Get it, squad. Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Oh, we're going straight into it. That's not part 3. Jesus. This is still going on.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I always say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only two bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocketed.
Oh, I never imagined a simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted theft on the previous day. I can't see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am a ballistic expert, and I've seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
It would seem there's a little room for doubt.
I'd have to admit I rather bowled over the argument put forward by the chap in black. But then when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, there's no more. Well, no more.
The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair, Iris. That prosecutor is a big being mean. Just because Jeannie's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Again, Van Zykes is very nonchalant. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's the truth coming out eventually.
It's enough preamble. Counsel proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
I got one strike. So Mr. Straight. Because they're a soldier. Never actually seen the real thing. So Herlock actually made a copy of it. So the music of this, is it really a music box though? That's the question we have to say. You know what I think it is? I think it's the secret Social Security secret passwords to Justin's secret vault. I think that's why we cannot show it to public. All within that disc. Oh, we're gonna see what kind of color blood it is. Wait, is it gonna be green? Oh, snap! Green, it's not the first time we've seen that color. Oh, snap! Oh, snizzity snap! I think we got it, boys. It's Justin's blood. Figured it out. It's Justin's blood. Everyone arrest him. James, arrest him.
Alright, you're under arrest.
Now, how is Justin gonna outrun from the law? He's gonna be doing this Persona style. James is part of the TLO. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, I have an idea. So how about we do, objection.lol?
Objection.mol. I don't know that one.
No, .lol, .lol.
Oh, I don't know that one.
It's like, have you ever seen like those YouTube videos that pop up where it shows like a fictitious argument where people are like arguing over something like, is a shovel a spoon?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then you can like pose all the characters from Ace Attorney and like have them say whatever you want.
Oh right, those things I remember.
So we do that, but we put Lissa on trial for murder.
That would be funny, actually. Justin, you'll never catch me. I don't know. If we have Detective Gumshoe in this case, he would catch you eventually. There's a third bullet. I was hoping this would end so I can take a quick bathroom break, but looks like I'm gonna have to take a quick bathroom break right now. So, James and Will entertain people for at least a few minutes. Oh my god, I actually really needed to go to the bathroom. Jesus. Ah! I'm back. Have you caught Justin yet? James, I thought I'd put you in charge of catching Justin. He needs to put on being trial for now. If you catch Justin, I'll give you graham crackers. How about that? James?
Hmm?
If you catch Justin, I'll give you graham crackers. Oh. Alright. Let's continue this.
Hold it!
So if there's another bullet that could happen. I said once or twice, yep.
Hold it!
The bullet vanished. Hurlick? No, Hurlock? No, Hairlock? Ah, yes. Detective Hairlock. Hairlock Gnomes. Well, to be fair, like, the gnomes, the Sherlock Holmes as Sherlock, like, gnomes is actually a thing because if you know Romeo and Juliet, like, Gnomeo and Juliet. God, if you guys know that movie, I applaud you to knowing that animated movie. I watched it only because it was, like, extra credit for a high school thing when I was reading Romeo and Juliet. It was an interesting movie. For the life of me, I never thought they would make a sequel out of that movie. I never did.
Hold it!
Interesting. Honestly, I think Justin did it. He's been a criminal since day one. And James has not caught him yet.
Hold it.
You're not doing your job, Detective James. Detective Voidlord.
Well, maybe if you actually paid me.
I'll give you graham crackers, alright? But if you don't do your job, you're not getting paid.
Okay, well, at least give me a raise.
Alright. If you catch him within the next few days, I'll give you 2 graham crackers.
I think I'm being exploited.
Read the contract that you unknowingly signed.
I think just if someone signs something without knowing, they don't think that's a valid contract.
Not in this world, it doesn't. Funnily enough, there's an Ace Attorney case about that. Yep, true. Which case is it, Justin? Because I played almost all of them except for Investigations, Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton, and Spirit of Justice. That's it. I thought I was the exploited one. Shh. You don't know that. Shh. Well, is there another? Have we proof that there is another? Well, Investigations is something I do plan to play, including Spirit of Justice. Investigations 2, on the other hand, it might be a little bit more difficult, but Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton is definitely something I technically own, and I haven't gotten it back yet. And it's mainly on me. Did you know that game is actually so rare that getting a full copy is now $130 or something like that?
Hold it.
I'm much experienced with guns. Extreme, violent bath of blood of them.
Stop squishing the mouse!
Those extreme violent bloodbaths.
You still have a tongue, Jesus. Does he say anything different?
Hold it.
So there is a possible third bullet. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize it's gonna be a third bullet. Oh well, rip. Look at my armband. Oh shoot! I was not ready for that. My armband is a bullet. You gotta believe me. Wait, does that mean I've been carrying another weapon with me the entire time? Wait, you gotta understand. Rip. Ripperoni. Here we go again. Guilty.
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 Guilty?
Guilty.
Guilty.
I didn't say the last two because I got lazy. Return. Ooh.
Hold it.
I wonder if I could pit against him. Like, my thinking is using him to get the evidence to get the third bullet, but I can't pit her against him against her. It's more about pitting him with the Russian man. I press A, press A, press A, cause I am pressing A, press A, press A, cause I am pressing A.
Objection.
I was thinking that, but then it was like, maybe another moment where I could just like ask him, but nah, the game was like, nah, you actually have to play what I originally think it. And, those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Stroms was shot by one of the Skulkin bloaters, but since there is no sign of an exit route on his back, we must assume that bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Stroms' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of a shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violin. Pleased to meet you. It's this apparent contradiction, in fact, that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Yeah, that bullet didn't really pose to me as like it was Sholmes' bullet. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situations in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Corley. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. Excuse me. My pursuers had hunting rifles. They were on dog sleds. Mental note. Don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very, very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of how to use an exit wound.
And where did the bullet go?
The bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound and it made look like bullet, just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me.
And that is the solution of the mystery of the disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer my question at all.
Hmm?
It surely happened in the pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. No. Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, it was his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he used in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch that Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived in the hospital as far as I remember.
If I may. Lord Van Sykes? Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mrs. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping all along with all the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. Or extremely unconventional during a summation examination. I must demand the prosecutor presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Sherlock Holmes' pouch. I see. Is there a pouch for which sounds on the night of question, is it?
Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if file exploded.
Exploded?
So that night, the bullet from Skulkin's brother's gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the file exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate the victim but was deflected into the wall of a shop. A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
Well, at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easier tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I can help.
Due to the bearing conundrum is to solve a court.
I'm not reading that sentence. Hurley's pouch is not scruffy. Court record. Now, summation examination.
It would appear the French is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord. One more time. Offer a new piece of evidence is a viable clue. Alright, let's see how we can turn this around. Alright, so we're gonna examine this because there's something definitely about this. Ooh. There's the bullet. Now I can present the evidence. Hey. Hey, I have my evidence. Do you want to see my armband again? I hear all the ladies dig my armband. I learned this from a very influential salad who doesn't really wear dresses. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question and Windy Bake's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find the bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? His pouch was removed from Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot was fired by the Skogan brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know about the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. Clearly visible in the photographic print.
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Wendy Brinken belonged to the Skogan brothers.
In the examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until the incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. He's having a heart attack. Heart attack. Or whatever that song goes.
Information examiner remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to stake the very foundations upon the case against the defendant has been built. This, as my prerogative in the situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back into stand at once. Witnesses!
Governor!
Were you listening to proceedings where the defense carried out the summation examination?
Oh, it was, Governor, oh, it was! Perhaps we can dispense the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of what, Gov? You're speeding up, Gravy. Give me read my sentence. Make it of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can't interpret them.
Is it yours?
Well, blimey, Gov, God, blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never. The Scotland brothers work alone.
Doing it about that trademark.
Soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets of the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Me. It's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these 2 new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us, but the Skulkin brothers. It has nothing to do with them. On that night at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But evidence points out the fact that someone was present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pigs will. This protracted proceedings have already forced us into endure 2 summation examinations. Yet at all the time there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man. It was apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 accounts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And the second, the identity of the spurious character. Skulkins are lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? We have the evidence. Stop being so stupid.
Well, counsel.
I'll suppose to prove the existence of accomplice and reveal their identity even. In response to prosecution demands, my lord, the defense is... Defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese pens, despite the swimming knives, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, would ask you to present evidence without delay. On the line question, in the moment leading up to the death of the victim, what proof you have of the third murder of the present at the scene of the murder?
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, the portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Clay, one of those blood samples proved the presence of the third murder. But which one is it? I wonder who it is. It must be Thrice Fired Mason.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint, or just like around a bullet holder, in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain?
Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is this course to understand the murder has some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective? New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in story, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. It's this Fogger spray is a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood, changing its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by you seeing what color changes, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension if you're looking at the blood. Dark blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah,
it's striking blue.
Yes, so you see the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Oh, hold it right there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date shown on the calendar is the date on which the Windybank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. And whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers on the stand don't appear to be suffering any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be blood from somebody else, the third intruder in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay any longer, my learned friend. Who is the alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The only one person that we met. The man's name is Egbert Benedict.
Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are talk about counsel?
He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbroker's shop on the afternoon before the incident took place. Then the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker by releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir. I did not know how to use his voice again. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, sir. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give it back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say. Any music box discs, too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yeah, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Wendy Bank for a print of the showing the fella. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinesses.
Yes, that's him, talking to Winnie Bank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Sokoken?
The receipt! Well, never seen the geezer before in my life.
Oh, in my life, Gov. Oh, my life. Never seen him.
Well, some unsurprisingly appears our witnesses disagree with this assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned liberty. His friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof of the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph and the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling about that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the picture in this photograph print was in fact a person struck by the bullet. Interesting. You can go back to it.
Take that!
Here it is. This is irrefutable evidence.
Sorry, counsel. Fair to see connection.
Oh wait, wrong person. Wrong thing to show. I got too jumpy at the time. Everything I make a mistake, I'm just gonna keep blaming Justin. Because I never make a mistake. Where did it go? Did it disappear? I'm gonna do this again because it disappeared for some reason. Oh! I know what happened. I got a game over and so it didn't happen again. So I assumed that it happened. Oh, I forgot to do this. In this save. Okay. Okay, game. No wonder there was something missing there.
Take that!
The proof is right here in this portfolio.
Good gracious, counsel.
Proof contained. So you change the color that pertains but. Enough. The court demands us to see further evidence. Which blood sample? Blah blah blah.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Whitney Banks.
Which is then when the affirmation Edward Benedict appeared on the scene of crime, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
Yes, that's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. I was following that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to this style.
Wait a minute, that disc. It's mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
So Gina just saved us. Being a music disc, it has countless of small but sharp metal protrusions on its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty forger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to the portfolio.
I swear, it's green. It's exactly the same color of the blood that around the calendar.
Evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was at Windybanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime at the same night.
There's someone there. Look at the brothers now. They're sweating buckets.
Oi, who are you talking to? What? Lord, it is the option of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's appearance.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in the series of the short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection of some such. And now you employ chemical substance devised by a fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well. And pray do not even think of suggesting that we should take Sherlock Holmes' word for it.
I don't know. I mean, he's a great detective.
Yeah, that was also one of my problems with the blood checking thing. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Holmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I just remembered what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in the summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you've quite a diverse mind.
I swear this girl is literally Emoto.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced of by what you say, Runo. Is that about right? Would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Holmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
I can see why Justin says this is his best girl already.
After a shrewd precis of a situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet reached its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you in your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come for fair and just conclusions.
So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh.
2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such as the outcome of the summation exam.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes, but the outcome of the examination exam cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
You deserve that.
Nevertheless, we will find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonable requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something?
Who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5.
What have you said, madame?
If possible, Inspector,
Me, ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one with in which the gentleman is shown.
Right, this one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
No. Good gracious!
How convenient.
Order, order! Order. Journal 5, how on earth?
I am communications officer, no, stop. As we can clearly see, the green gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Why are your eyes shining? Jesus, that's... Also, a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Taping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he's in a respectable job, has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
If the gentleman is at the London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zykes, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids. Your fan is going on, James.
What? It's not even transmitting on my end.
It's transmitting on my end.
Like, my name's not even lighting up.
It was on my end for some reason. You can rewatch the stream.
The court recesses for 1 hour. When new witnesses arrive, we will reconvene to hear gentleman's testimony. Special correction?
Yes, my lord.
Should I like to hear from you specifically about the events of the pawnbrokery the day in question? Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
And there you have it. To be continued. Well, that was a long part 2, but has a lot of parts in it. And it's mainly because, like, I spent like 40 minutes trying to figure out a part that I ended up just... It was my initial thought. Should have just gone with it, honestly. I need to drink some water because that was a lot of talking. Now I don't know how long this is gonna be. The third part is gonna be, but let's see. I'll continue on for a little bit longer at the very least. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Jeannie! You're right. Why aren't you just saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why do you go to all this trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me? What? Where you saw it, the picture?
What picture?
Ah, you mean this. The photographer taking at Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when that prosecutor first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can. At least you took off the jacket because that was unsanitary.
Jeannie, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? We just cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, alright, Aris? Then we all had a chat up in the office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-1 to Windy Bank's place, and I had to know.
Wow, parfait.
If Iris's story was there or not.
Oh.
I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like, something he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in log with Lundy Banks for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windy Banks?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea or what that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's one. Oh, do you think? Oh! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it like in the air like I don't know what. Oh, you're a good.
Oop, Grace. You are brilliant. Okay, bye. Haha, thank you, Grace. Let's see, what accent do I give her in my stream? Have a fun stream, Grace. She was born in Narnia, but grew up in Dawnstar. That's a lie.
Oh, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mentor script. You got it here. Sholmes leave a load of paper with you. A story. I beg your pardon? The Hound or the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish any article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and then I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for Peter's sake, stop waving the guy gun around, would you? So then, the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, right? The mental script Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a hiccup out in the main bit of the shop. The Skokin brothers arriving on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight? I don't know about... I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you then. Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should have helped and see. So I was just about to go in the store myself when... I heard a couple of gunshots go off too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was right in my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as like. Because you thought whoever had a shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Yeah, so I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner.
Dark.
I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after all of that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Didn't you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it would make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jeannie. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Luna's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict.
There's something all wrong with his chin.
I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. Appreciate your honesty.
What? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Jeannie. Mr. Nara Odo.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, I've forgotten what happened with for. Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the backtrotter off with him, even though Ira's the killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh?
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I would be on your side to the bitter end no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kid off the hook, for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was accused in the trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, no.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. Aw, friendships. That he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diva and a no good liar.
You're not like Mr. McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Jeannie. Iris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to a conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Mr. Naro Odo, I'm...
Aww, she's sniffling. Defendant Gina Lestrade, her legal representative. Court proceedings are now about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. It's been 1 hour. Yes, of course. Thank you. Wow, that's been 1 hour. I mean, only been like, what, 10 minutes? Jesus. I've been both a defendant and defending lawyer in my time. Literally twice each in this game. This is your third time being a defending lawyer. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Sato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Here we go. Old Bailey courtroom.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
Sir, then let us turn our attention to Inspector Greggson's process of the case here by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the evidence's chemical analysis of blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake, Sir Cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived at the building.
Thank you, brave officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Egbert Benedict. I can't Egbert. That's an Animal Crossing thing. And didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at the short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Gregden, communications officer.
Mr. Gregden and I both work at the London Central Communication Station.
Now, perhaps that somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Gregson. Gregson. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Yet those guys made under oath, and yeah. Gladly, my lord, gladly. I'm imagining this guy as a flamboyant James.
What?
This guy just like looks like you if you were a privileged, spoiled eccentrinaire or something like that.
This guy doesn't even have eyebrows.
He does. He does.
Are you sure? Are they just blonde?
Yeah, look at this. See?
Oh.
They're just
Okay,
blonde.
When you're zoomed out, it just looks like he doesn't have eyebrows.
I guess you could say that, yeah. But he does have eyebrows. Look into his eyes.
God, he looks like he has no soul.
Maybe because he's a villain. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of a pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into a place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation. So even if certain parties were present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury will is upheld.
Alright, I go to sleep now.
Alright, good night, James. Sleep well. Good luck at work tomorrow.
Night.
Night. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least.
It does not hold up, Mr. Crichton. Any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the defense lawyer. We have met. You, if you say so. Ashley Gregson, Eshante. So. Ah! I trust you can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding a flashy hat while we do. Dun 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 dun. Alright, I'm gonna keep doing this for a little bit longer because I was intending to try to do this part. We'll see how far we get. Hey Will, how awake are you right now?
I totally forgot I had muted my microphone via my headset. I'm awake. No, I'm awake enough. Just dealing with phone issues, wanting to break it.
Okay.
And for the past few months, I needed a new phone, but I couldn't get a new phone because other shit came up. But my phone kept restarting itself, and then on its own, and then it went like black screen. But now I think I did a fix on it, so hopefully it worked. Question mark?
Yeah, apparently. Also, hello, Emoto. Or is that Mike? It's Emoto and Mike. Hi. Well, other than that, well, during this time as I read this stuff, as well as Emoto helps me read this stuff to make sure I don't miss things. How have you been?
I've been good. I was at my sister's Monday night through Thursday afternoon. I chose Thursday afternoon because I wanted to be here in case of SWTOR, but then found out that SWTOR was not gonna happen, and then
I originally thought what SWTOR was gonna happen, but then James told me. Yeah, honestly, I blame James's workplace for making him work on Saturday mornings now.
I wanted to be here just in case if it did happen.
Just in case, yeah. Sorry about that. I mean, we have Friday because technically you're not going back to your sister's until next Saturday.
Yep.
Because like tomorrow,
my from the 7th to I don't know when.
Yeah. Because like tomorrow I'm planning on doing some multiplayer fun. And then
maybe Project Winter will actually let me play.
Maybe it will actually be like not dragging your body around.
I seriously, at first it was like, okay, I'm in. Well, first all I got was that black screen with snowflakes, and I'm like, why did I get that? Looked behind my laptop. Oh, for crying out loud! It unplugged from the power. Plugged it back in. Waited. Then it finally was like, hey, I can see. Then I went, and then my laptop minimized the thing and restarted itself. I went, you suck. I almost the room, my headset went, no, don't do it. Don't do that to the precious headset. Don't throw nothing. Just wait, and maybe you'll get back in and be able to play. Then find out that I died and I'm being dragged all over the place.
You should probably launch the game, Will, and then tinker around with the settings so you can have it low.
Oh, I did. My settings are tinkered too low. It's just the fact that my laptop needed a restart to update itself.
Oh yeah, because those things happen every so often.
I hate when it wants to update, and then I'm like going like, no, go away, update. I'll update you later. And it's like, I'm gonna update now, and if it's inconvenient.
I mean, technically speaking, you can never You can try to make sure that your laptop never updates, but your laptop is more susceptible to hacking nowadays.
I've tried going for as long as I can without updating, but then it forces itself to update.
Yeah, it's Windows. It's a thing. Unless you literally unplug from the internet permanently, you're always gonna get an update.
Yep. But yeah, I was just at my sister's, having fun playing video games with my sister and my brother-in-law. We were playing Ark.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also decided, I was like, I took a break from Ark while I was there and decided to play Assassin's Creed Black Flag. So my niece and nephews got to see me be a pirate.
Yar har fiddly dee, being a pirate's all I want to be.
Yep, was pretty much what their one cousin came down in all the way to the kitchen playing that song on his phone.
Or play the DK song.
Oh, he played the Yar har fiddly dee song, and then on his way back up to his room, he played the Pirates of the Caribbean song.
Copyright.
Yep, he played both of them. I'm like going like, aha, and he played it just at the right moment when I'm having to deal with a typhoon.
To be honest, that's literally what a lot of people do for any pirate stuff.
There was another game I wanted to play, but it was not suited for children of their ages. Can't remember what the game was called again. I'm on my PS4. I could find it. Oh yeah, that's right. It was South Park Fractured Butthole. There's the doors.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Mr. Everything. Me? You should really rename them.
Alright, I had it up to here with this. How many times I've got to tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not big, bro. Skulky.
Wasn't there a second Alien movie?
There's Aliens. That's the second. Like, Aliens is second.
And thank you.
There's no official Aliens 2 title. It's just Aliens. That's the confusing part because Alien and Aliens are so similar in title. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Oh, God, by me, Governor. You what?
Is this not the case where when Mr. Grigden spoke a
Be right
thought,
back. Gotta go use the restroom.
no worries, went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
My thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
What? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Gregden just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Governor. Nothing. I wasn't just thinking, he waves his arm around like that much more, it opened up the wound again. That's all.
What wound?
And he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet.
Don't you just love minions that just try to protect you and don't realize that they are trying to like also rat you out?
So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, as balls.
Mr. Crichton, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. Yo, CJ, how you doing? Also, an injured arm? This sounds very familiar. I wonder where I've heard this before. Justin, I don't know if I can recall a very specific final case of a very specific first game of the series that has a guy, villain, has a bullet in his shoulder. I don't think I ever heard of this concept before. It must be new. Or, I shouldn't say a bullet. It must more of like the injury in your shoulder. On account of your injured arm. My lord?
Yes, Mr. Crichton.
I have no idea what these tourists are talking about. Couldn't sleep, so I've been looking for songs to sing. Oh! Well, at least you're being productive. That's good. That's good enough, in a sense. Burping. I'm burping. Certainly, I shouldn't expect to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole on the wall, the person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently grasping with your right hand as if in pain. Gag. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. I feel like I have to sing A Shadow of a Day by Linkin Park. Dude, I love Linkin Park's music. I really liked it when I was younger. R.I.P. Obviously the main singer though. Depression hits hard for many people. As I said, I've already said I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense on that insinuation and that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Wainwright's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Gregdon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continuing with your testimony,
Mr. Gregdon.
I'm back.
Hi, back.
And either my dinner from tonight is affecting me, or my dinner from last night is affecting me, or both. Either way.
Oh, cool.
Ouch!
Would you like to talk about anal glands?
Let's just say mine are on fire.
Yeah, that was the main reason I need to sing that song specifically. Oh, I'm sorry, CJ. Well, I hope you feel better about it.
I had a
Have you feel better as well?
I had a Powerball from Taco Bell last night.
Why would you eat
And I
Taco
put-
Bell?
And I put a lot of hot sauce from Taco Bell on
Why
it.
would you put a lot of hot sauce in Taco Bell?
I like hot sauce.
Why would you do that?
And it was the hot kind.
Hot as in hot or hot as in hot?
Hot as in my I'm gonna be breathing flames out my mouth hot.
Well, that's. Are you saying your butt is your mouth now?
No. But I am paying for it, and also with my dinner, which was spicy black bean and chicken, I put cayenne pepper in it.
I did not know you were paying with your disability money for a breathing butt.
No, but I can't sit. I can't really sit right now. I'm going to lie down. If I were to sit, I would be hurting myself.
Technically, whatever you do is you're hurting yourself.
I am, according to one of my doctors, I am actually quite fragile because my fibromyalgia has gotten worse.
Mm-hmm.
And the one med that is supposedly supposed to help is not doing its job.
Which one did I press before?
I don't know. I actually kind of wasn't paying attention through most of it. I was trying to fix my phone.
No, I was like, I know I did.
I need to turn this down.
I was gonna do it with this one.
There we go.
Objection. Is that right? Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Miss Inspector?
Come again, Sunshine?
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You and the young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at the time, this witness, Mr. Gregden, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must.
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't.
What's going on here? Grexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Whitney Banks. Yes, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Gregden was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Gregden might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Let's see. So the reason is because of the music disc, and the reason being that music disc, well, I should probably mention this. All thanks to Skulkin Brothers. Well, we know that's not true. I like how the Skulkin Brothers are just looking at him.
Just staring at him.
I mean,
menacingly.
I mean, if you look at it, that little guy looks like you, Will.
I'm not that short.
But you are pretty shorter than compared to most people.
I'm actually 6 foot.
Are you 6 foot? Because like when I met you,
I'm actually 6 foot.
I thought you were a little bit shorter when I first met you.
I was measured. I am literally 6 foot.
Where's your evidence?
God, where is that paper? It's right here.
Mike, present evidence. Ooh, piece of candy.
Nope, that's actually from nope, that actually yeah, that is the right one. Yeah, I'm 6 foot and I weigh 283 pounds.
You can be a sumo wrestler.
Funny thing is also, how much weight does my doctor want me to lose? Only 25.
I'm 6'3" and 420 pounds. Dude, 6'3"? Dude, you're tall. Okay, this is kind of like it's not against any of you guys, honestly. But honestly, it kind of annoys me that I am like barely under 6 foot. Like I'm like about 5'10", and I was just like, I wanted to grow longer to get to just hit 6 feet. Like I want to hit 6 foot at least. But it's like I keep meeting people that are like, yeah, I'm about 6 foot. Yeah, no, I'm 6'1". No, I'm 6'2", and it's like, come on.
I have a sibling who's 6'3" and the other one is 6'6".
Like here's the thing, I'm like generally like 5'10" is above the average of male heights, but I don't feel like I'm above male heights. I keep meeting people that's just way taller than me.
I don't know. I guess there's some with that tall. I guess I don't know what to call it. A tall gene or whatever gene you want to call it.
Oh, your spine died essentially. I mean, I am planning to go to a chiropractor to maybe help with my height a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe not.
Like crack your spine and you grow like 3 inches.
Yeah. Like I do want to be 6 foot. Like it's. Like I still want to be 6 foot, but is it gonna be possible? I don't know.
With the slight curve in my spine, I actually have a few inches that I am missing because of that slight curve. But if they put a rod in my spine right now, it's just gonna make things worse.
I mean, I think like because my leg bones is actually not straight. It's actually a little bit curved out. Like my hand would normally be like something like this. My bones are actually kind of like this a little bit.
Isn't there a way to fix that?
It's to how they grown out. So it's like, if you were to quote unquote fix it, that would basically be dismantling, like taking away all my bones and just trying to straighten all of it like artificially. And that is not gonna end well. I'm glad I didn't get 6'7".
Not gonna fly.
Yeah, I mean, being 6'7" is like basketball height, and it is annoying for a lot of reasons. I want to be 6 foot or a little bit above 6 foot because I just want to hit that 6 foot range and just be claimed under 6 foot people, but not too tall so that I can fit in like almost any door/bed. Like that's my thing. Like I'm already taller than my immediate family. Like heck, I'm already taller than my dad, who is like 5'8". Like I have the height genes. But I'm not like the tallest in my extended family, for sure.
My brother who's 6'6", he has issues. Some doors he actually has to duck. Oh god, where was it? It was at the one doctor's office. This poor nurse, she's like 4 something. And she stared up at him and goes, "God, you're tall." I mean, she's just like this puny little thing compared to him.
Yep, I was like wondering if it's that or this. Okay. I was born in the herniated I was born with a what's herniated? What's herniated?
Herniated disc?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Can't remember what it was.
I'm still seeing
I
diagnosis,
actually I had an uncle who had one.
Oh, you have a possible disability? I'm sorry, CJ. But I don't know what I heard of herniated disc, but I really don't know what a herniated disc out of my top of my head. I heard of it. I definitely heard of it. I just don't know at the top of my head.
I can't remember what it was again. I know my uncle has one.
Well, while
Nope.
we think of that,
Draw the blank.
I'm gonna read off some story first before we continue on.
Story time.
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Grigton? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in the Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Mr. Gina Lestrade, and that afternoon, however. Well, I'm fashionably late, but I'm here. How's gaming treating you tonight, Blaze? Ace 30. Yeah, Yves. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's fine if you're fashionably late. I've been at this for a while. I was playing this for since the beginning, and I was at a certain section that was just easy, just continue on. But I purposely overthought something, and it sped there for 40 minutes. So I'm gonna continue this on for another 30-ish minutes. Because at the very least, I'm gonna try to finish up this game specifically tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make the next part, but so far gaming, we're just I'm just reading off this stuff, and then the next game I'm going to play, it's probably going to be something casual. I'm gonna play with Will at the very least. But for now, that's kind of it. I hope you're doing well, Yves. There is a part of my spine that's in the wrong spot and sitting on a nerve, and it's been so long I definitely have permanent nerve damage as a result. Ouch. I'm sorry, CJ.
Owie.
Yeah, I'm just taking a long, boring work night. I get that. I want to work, but if I work, it's definitely going to be during the day. So I'm hoping to get actual job within the month. A job that I can
I would love to be able to work again.
Again, Will. Maybe in the future they might have something for you to be able to work with.
Yes, I wish there was a cure for this stuff, but once I got told by doctors, nope, there's no cure. You're fucked.
Well, I would say cure as of right now, specifically.
I literally asked the doctor to be blunt with me, and this one was incredibly blunt. It's like, would you like me to be, it's like, blunt, or do you want me to sugarcoat it? I went, be blunt. You went, well, you can't work no more. You're fucked.
Nice.
I went, well, can't get any more blunt than that, I guess.
I was C-sectioned, and the doctors went too fast and ended up hurting me. Ouch. I'm sorry, CJ. That's unfortunate. I hate when that happens. But at the very least, you're still here, and I'm glad that. Let's see. Anyway, it was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, the afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Grigton? As I have reiterated numerous times, you are mistaken. That was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Oh yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
Yeah, I almost died. My heart went to 3. Ouch. Yeah, I actually was born with a defect as well. My heart actually was incomplete. It had 3 minor holes, but it had holes nonetheless in my heart. So if they didn't healed up when I was born, after a month or something like that, the doctors would have had to perform surgery on me. And performing on a baby, I would say, is probably really risky in many ways.
It's a lot more riskier than
if you're an adult and everything.
And a more grown child,
yeah,
teenager, adult.
Yeah, so there was probably it wasn't a high chance, but there was a chance for me also been well.
And of course, I'm seeing a Taco Bell commercial, making me want Taco Bell now. Why?
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations.
Sure, a breakfast box. Make me suffer from breakfast now, too. Why don't you?
So while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Oh, I didn't really think it was gonna go there, but okay.
His
Great
hair
then.
moved.
Hmm.
He's wearing a toupee.
Yeah, he is. You refuse to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Very well. It would seem I underestimated you.
Well, what is the meaning of this?
I'm not gonna sue the doctors since I'm still alive. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I get it that there are some bad doctors in the world. I get that. There are actual bad doctors. And I would not like anybody to deal with them. Now, but the doctors who actually try to save a kid, like actually try their best, I can't fault them because every person is a human. We can make a mistake. So it's unfortunate, I would say. It is. But hey, you're still around, CJ. And that's what matters at the end. So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Order. Where, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc, it was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Next time I'm in Vegas, I'm gonna definitely be in a wheelchair. It hurt so bad the 2 times I was there. Ouch. I only been to Vegas once. Next time I go to Vegas, I'm gonna have a lot more money and I'm gonna actually try to make an effort to make a profit instead of losing all of it. The disc. There is a note on the disc saying, for Mr. McGilded, but that item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling. On the day in question, I proceeded at once to shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. That's a lie, because when we were talking, you're asking for 2 discs. Because there was 1 disc in the jacket, and then there were 2 discs that you say that were a thing.
Did I hear correctly, sir? Mr. McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord, this one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. Gilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Crichton here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on Mr. McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Well, here we go. Excuse me. Let's see. Unfortunately, I can't really tour Vegas because I go there for an Evo tournament. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I want to tour Vegas more. So when I get like a lot more money, I think I'll plan it more. Ah, my God, my arms are so sore. Tried working out for the first time in a long time, and now my arms are really sore. I need to actually take a lukewarm bath, as Emoto has said before. Let's see. Pull back question. Sensor bean. Let's see. Yet there is no reason for Mr. McGilden. Yeah, that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? So we have to wait. So we can't take too deeply. Bro, the buffet at Mandalay Bay is good, but it's $40 per person. I mean, it's Vegas. They want your money.
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
Every friend will need to identify the defendant. If you look at her,
Objection.
Windy Bank's disc, okay. Nonsense. Let's see. To get your hands on Windy Bank's disc, let's go do this. Shop to explain my redeem article.
Hold it.
There has to be something in here.
Hold it. Is that right? Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector?
Well, what do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this then, Inspector. Inspector Gadget, why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magus McGilden, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Von Sykes?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out and we're not at liberty to talk about that. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Sykes here.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Degraded, let us return your testimony.
Basically, I need his paw print, I see. Interesting. So that basically, I cannot continue that segment until I get his paw print. Let's see, police assess this up with access. Anything left behind?
Objection!
The disc was deposited at Windy Banks's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police at that afternoon. The witness has no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Hey, we're using his words against him. All right, I'm gonna head back to sleep. No worries, night, CJ. I hope you have a good rest. Thank you for dropping by. Take care, and I'll see you later, dude. All right, sleep well. I hope everything works out for you. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windy Banks. And this is his second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in the Windy Banks pawnbrokery. The reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it?
What had that man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting I had broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe that there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. What on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witnesses makes a solid argument.
So that means for some reason, this Gregton fellow needed the small box that very night. Does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Sykes?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Windy Banks pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of Detective security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windy Baker received his customers. The other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGillicud's phone box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours left after the incident.
I see. We have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, it's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something had been taken from in addition to the victim's life.
So you men have already compared the 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could just shown that he stole Mr. McGillicud's pawn box. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What?
So, Consul, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be something discrepancy between these photographs somewhere? Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, Counsel?
I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help me?
Look at my armband!
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. I can't resist it, can you? Can't resist it, can't you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the 2 prints. What?
You must identify the location in question to the court, Counsel. Indicate the precise frequency which way you speak.
Huh, I don't know. Is it this timestamp? No. Is it this horse? No. Is it this box? Yes.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
Yeah, the box shift. When you view the two prints stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Gotta take another picture. This tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from the Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting the small box already deposited or Mr. McGilda is in fact?
Yes, the very same box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but all right, Mr. McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. I keep calling Mr. McGilda, but honestly, that just works with me. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Francox. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Stairs. Stairs.
We should have a report within the half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Humph. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Francox.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which he was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The article this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets and a small box. I assure you,
I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. No, it does make rather a lot of sense. It does. It not go. If it's yours, it is. Thank goodness it knows Mr. Gator was rich enough. You can't deposit the pawnbroker. He's not quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent for the defense now to bolster its argument. Here we go again. To explain that possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way, any tangible way related to this case?
Well, what's the matter, Uno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Jeannie... Could it be that Van Zykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. I guess you could say he's testing me to see how I go about this. Whether to sacrifice Gina for the greater good to show the truth, or in a sense just keep Gina safe in a sense. But how would I save her? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the thing that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Gotta have her testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what the proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade to this witness stand.
Defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain the last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness to hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade. The witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you a good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Chrono.
Things are getting interesting. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery. Are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember the young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of defendant Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are, And now here we all are again, the same players in the trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in the omnibus running along London winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, other possibility emerged. The murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped from the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pickpocket of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unresolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box thing being mentioned in the course of these proceedings.
Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened on the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from the inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial with 2 months ago, the Home Office will prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jeannie, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Uno now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must admit that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in the original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zyke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down on my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
Truth is, the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irish dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard the scream over my head, and the pair of roof deck went off to call the slopes. That's when Mr. McGirt slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told about bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated in error, Mr. McGird's trial. Sounds very much to me as if a man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without a doubt, your lordship, correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yet the actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
Don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. The McGirt fellow was brought into the call, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget the Royal and East. They all in it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. It's the lawyer. He didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Or you really expect to believe that? He really stitched out everyone up, did he? Our operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned item articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned friend. Given the depths of the calamity you just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto,
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the counsel examination.
Here we go, guys. I think this is going to be the last cross-examination of the night.
Hold it!
Okay, let's see. So Pastor. So we now prove that the false testimony and everything. Yeah, business dealings.
Hold it!
Huh. I'm actually thinking of something of a theory, but I have to wait till it's... I'm going to wait and see if my theory is right. I'm expecting something. That there's something about this that... Like, I think I pieced together a lot of this, but there's something itching that I'm missing some detail. Also look down skylight. Efficiently.
Hold it!
Oh, the driver did. Right, he gave Gina the ticket if he couldn't make it. Got it.
Hold it!
So, okay, so it's like deposit the prom marker. You put your faith in you, Bruno. Yep, she is.
Hold it!
If there's anything I could do about it. None of them actively acted. Unless I wasn't paying attention to the last part. Ay, ay, ay. I did it again.
Hold it!
Yeah, I pressed everything, but I haven't gotten... So I pressed everything, so I had to present evidence. Otherwise, those three guys are not going to change their directions. So then what do I present then in anything? Okay, let's see what we got.
Objection.
Nope, it's not gonna work. Definitely missing something here. I pressed all of them.
Hold it.
I'm gonna press again. Okay, so talk to that.
Hold it.
All right. They don't seem to change, so I'm assuming that because I pressed everything, the fact of the matter is that they're not going to change unless I present some kind of evidence.
Hold it.
Beppo had a bunch of perjury. Perjury. Is it perjury? Perjury. I think it's perjury.
Hold it.
I wonder if it is. It's not part of that one. I'm definitely missing again.
Objection.
I'm actually curious, does this...
Hold it. Excuse me.
Oh, was that it? I just had to act them? Inspector Gregson!
Brom, you're trying to give me a heart attack.
You've been whispering each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one. You think you got anything to talk about me with some city jet like this?
I have nothing to say of this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking to each other. I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Lestrade. Can't take a counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear that the night of 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of another man's life. Which proves my point that this disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I think I said dick for a second. Although I don't understand why yet. Why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should have do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim his articles as your own. What? Well, why not? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Strike, it would appear McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why it would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it had to be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably gonna sell it. I can't blame me for thinking that. Ain't no crime.
My lord!
The evidence your lordship requested have been located and ready for the court inspection, sir. Excuse me. The mysterious middle box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There is no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. There we go. Now I'm all set for tomorrow. We're gonna end this off tomorrow. Man, I took a longer time than I expected for this case. But we are ready and good to go. That is going to be it for Great Ace Attorney for tonight. But we're going to be finishing up this trial tomorrow. I will promise you that. That's going to be my aim. God. Well, thanks, Imoto, and thanks, Justin, for at least being here and helping me out when I can. Because, dang, I took a while with certain things. Anyway, Will. Good morning. I'm not going to play this music. Will? Uh-oh. Did Will sleep? Oh, my crapped out pain. Dang! I'm sorry, Yves. We're getting to the good part of that story. Well, let's see. It is interesting. Yeah, no, this story is interesting. The Great Ace Attorney series is a nice series. So far, the fifth case is definitely way better. It's paced better. The pacing of the second part of the trial was a little bit dragged out, but it was fine. So far, it will depend on the conclusion, but I like how they connected everything together for the most part. Even if some of them are kind of more jokes than anything. But we're going to probably see the final parts of this case tomorrow and see how this game concludes. Because we're going to see how finally Great Ace Attorney... Because it's been like something I've been wanting to finish up for a long time. Because I remember getting the 3DS version and getting the English patch for it. And we never finished it. So it was one of those things like I was very interested to keep trying. So yeah, definitely going to be finishing it as like my late night game. So I'm not going to be starting it until like probably like 11 p.m. Pacific time to maybe like midnight at the latest specifically. But it's very likely going to be, yeah, it's going to be around like 11 p.m. Pacific time to start it and finish it up because we're going to, not too bad. I'll be around tomorrow night. Sure, for sure. I want to see this game. I want to see this story end. That's what my intention. Because we've been at it for a while. I am definitely going to see how this story ends. I do like the Great Ace Attorney. Like, it's one of my favorite story games. For sure. I know that when I play it, it's hard for me to get back playing-wise into some of the games. Because I just memorized the story for the most part. Well, except for technical... Well, I know the most story, but it's like... It's how to beat certain cases. It's like... The only case that I'm not too confident in beating is definitely the fifth case. No. The extra case of the first Ace Attorney game, if you know what I mean. Like, the super convoluted, difficult one. That one was super... That's so convoluted that it's like, God... He made it so hard. But I played like almost every other Ace Attorney game in existence except for both investigations, with one of them being only Japanese, which I'm gonna have to get an English patch for that. The Spirit of Justice, which I was playing. I almost beat the first case and I just stopped. And then Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. Out of all those are the only 4 Phoenix Wright games I have yet to beat. Though I think the Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton one is technically like... Is it canon or is it not canon? I'm not 100% certain actually. But yeah, I intended to save the rest of the fight tomorrow. So it's definitely going to be a thing. As of tonight, I was going to play something with Will, but I think he just fell asleep. So in that regard, let's see, what games can I play in the meantime? You know, I have a few multiplayer games that are getting close, that are short. But I don't have many games that are like with me. Let's see, what kind of games do I want to try? I could play like one of my old games. Like SNES or an NES. I have an NES console. Actually, I'm gonna double check my backloggery. I just want to see what like short games I want, because I don't want to overbear. Because like one thing I will have to mention right now is that I'm probably gonna be taking at least like a couple weeks of a break from streaming, possibly, because I'll be moving in like June to a new place. I'm not 100% certain when I'll be able to set up everything, both on internet and like my stream setup. Hopefully things will be able to be set up then. But I might just be like no streaming for a little bit. And all that. But yeah, I'm gonna be planning that, but I'm just trying to see what games can I play. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I like from here on out, my streams might be a little bit sporadic, just because of like my moving and everything. I gotta plan out some things, and I might just like not stream for certain weekends just because of just I'm moving. But once I move, and get everything set up. Because I got some things I want to do in July specifically, and I gotta get those things ready. But first, I gotta get my life situated first and foremost. Once I get that, but as of right now, what game can I play that would be just like fun to just try for a little bit? I shouldn't just play like a. Shouldn't just play like a rat, like a. Why do I have two of those? Yeah, I gotta fix some of my stuff on this. I was also trying to find what game to play. Yeah, for sure. Like I have like other games I could play. Like I definitely have some games I could play, but I don't want to play them now because some of them might be a little bit long and others might not. I don't want to feel like playing an RPG at the moment, because I'm trying to save my RPG like playtime for something else. But I am interested in trying like the other short games I could try is definitely Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, because I beat Banjo 1 and Banjo 2, but I never tried Banjo Nuts and Bolts. Which is that? All right, night Emoto, night Mike. I hope you guys sleep well. Thank you so much for joining. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for sure. Night night. Good night. But yeah, I think Will, who's currently on call with me, is asleep right now. I feel like if I had like an air horn. Actually, wait. Do I have an air horn right now on me? No, but I have a nut button. Nope, that's not working. I'm just wondering if I can wake him up. Nope, he still looks like he's asleep.
Damn.
I got biz though.
Damn.
Let's see. I could play. Again, I don't want to feel like I play like a SNES game, but like an RPG game. But there are some RPG games I actually do genuinely want to try. I definitely don't want to bring out my my N64 right now. I need to update my backlog. I have not updated with the amount of games I've owned, what games I've beaten and not. Actually, Neves, what's your favorite console, out of curiosity? I'm gonna put it just chatting for now. I say that I don't want to do a RPG, but I might just have to. Oh, Xbox 360 would be nice too. You know what? It's been long enough. Let's go with some Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. It's not an RPG, but it's enough that I have been waiting on this game for a while. I'll do it anyway. Takes me a bit to respond because of chat. No, it's fine, Yves. That's totally fine. Understandable. But I think you gave me an idea of just like, you know, Xbox 360. Yeah, there is Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. I've been wanting to play that for a little bit. So there is that. And I beat Banjo 1 and Banjo 2, so it's gonna be a late night game for me anyway. So why not? We'll go with some Banjo game. I know people said they're not the biggest fan of this game, but I never grew up with Banjo games, so I honestly don't know how this is gonna be. I've seen a little bit. I've seen some spoilers of it, but you know what? It is a game that I intend to do it. It's a collectathon. Like, Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie are loved by young people who grew up with the N64 era, but it's also on Xbox now. That, hold on, let me just change the Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. There we go. There we go, I just switched it. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie is basically a collectathon where the first game is actually really well balanced in terms of specifically the worlds and like the gameplay. I don't like the final two things. Like the final area world before the final fight is ridiculously annoying because it's like you need to remember everything about the game. Like everything, not just like the gameplay or areas, but you also have to know random little detail facts that a fairy person will say. I don't like it. I think it's absolutely bull. It killed me so many times. I got so annoyed. And the final fight was just so clunky for me to get used to. I was not happy with it. But then again, that could be me because I was playing it very late and trying to beat it that night. Banjo-Tooie was like, it was a lot of nice things, a lot of great ideas, but the worlds felt too big. Boss fight was hard, but yeah, it just felt too big, felt open. I think that was the biggest complaint about it. Like, it just felt a lot of things in a too big of an area. So honestly, it's not a bad collectathon. I actually never really grew up with collectathons. So I was intending to play Donkey Kong 64 too, but I don't have my Wii U set up. So you know what? I'm just going to play like Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts because I already have that set up right now. But yeah, it's a game that I enjoyed a bit, but definitely Banjo-Kazooie was definitely my favorite out of the two. Now, in terms of what Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts is, it's basically a Rare game that was because Microsoft bought Rare in like 2002. This was like after they were a second-party Nintendo company, and Rare was bought by Nintendo. So basically, they took the Banjo game as well as the Conker's Bad Fur Day game, which I also streamed on it, but I think I lost my first episode, but I did stream it all. That had some great IPs, but the developers promised a Banjo 3E, and it was supposed to be built on the GameCube, but because when Microsoft bought Rare, their IP cannot be on the Nintendo console at that moment, where they basically kind of scrapped the GameCube idea. Many Rare developers left, and original ones, and basically when they said Banjo-Kazooie was coming back on the Xbox 360, the trailer looked like it was actually going to be another like actual Banjo game, like an actual Banjo game. It's like a collectathon, what people really enjoyed by the game. However, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, I remember hearing about it, but I never really got into it. And it basically, from what I can say before showing you, Yves, is like the game doesn't appreciate the original material and does something completely different that people didn't like, which is why people hated it and they don't consider it an actual Banjo-Kazooie game. As someone who actually played the first two now, I'm kind of like, yeah, it's a shame. I heard some people kind of like it for what it is for the most part, but there were some ideas there, and it's like, if it's not a Banjo game, it's kind of enjoyable, but it's up to the players. So I'm here to try it out to see how this game actually forms as like a game and as a Banjo game. So we'll see. It's on the Xbox 360. So the last Banjo game was like, I think it was like in 1999, where that was like the Banjo-Tooie, and it was going to be like 2000 something where Banjo 3 was coming, but Rare bought it. Rare was bought by Microsoft. So Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts came out in like, I could say like 2006 to 2008. I don't think they're like 2010 or something like that, but it's definitely like in the late 2000s. So actually I want to look at the info for this because I'm going to switch it over. Yeah, these are all my games, by the way. Have fun with that. I don't care about that. But yeah, let's go with some butts and bolts. The characters are very quirky, and I like them in the Banjo-Kazooie games. Like, honestly, Yves, if you ever get a chance to, I would say give Banjo-Kazooie at least a try. I think it's like one of those like classic games that definitely deserves at least a see and play, and if you enjoy it now. Yeah, I tried to avoid as much spoilers from this now, since now I have the access to it. But you know what? We'll see how this is. Okay, 2008 was when this came out. Yeah, you can kind of see the original outskirts. I remember Spiral Mountain. It was enjoyable. The graphics are very impressive from the 64-bit era to this. It's very impressive, and I would say I liked it. But the character designs for Banjo and Kazooie, not everyone's favorite. I can see why Banjo is a little bit different, but I think it's one of those things that it kind of grows on you, probably, in the game. given that if it was an actual Banjo-Kazooie game. Maybe one day we'll actually make get an actual Banjo-Kazooie game. I mean, there is Ukulele that is a spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie, which I heard it was an alright attempt, but it just failed to meet all the hype expectations, basically. Alright, let's see what we got in the store. I just wanted to play that out. It's the multiplayer. I ain't reverting. I think it's fine without that. Is that Will?
Yep.
Oh, did you fall asleep?
I'm starting to get ready to fall asleep.
No worries. I was like
I
calling
mean,
for you.
No, I am awake. I was awake. Just every time I kept I was hitting the button to unmute my mic on my friggin' headset. I was talking, but no sound was coming from me.
Haha. No, it's worries. If you need to go to bed. Sorry it took me a little bit. Well, we can play some Project Winter when we, at least if we, Chris and Jamie or anyone else is available to do so. Let's see. But I'm gonna play some Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Do you know about this game? Oh man, I can buy stuff from the Xbox Live stuff. Wow.
There's a free item. Oh, actually, there's 3.
That's a demo. That's a trailer. And that's a trailer. Like, none of them are... The actual things are not free.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to use the cloud saves for that. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do single player. Let's see how this goes. So let's go see what Banjo-Kazooie is like. I remember playing it late at night. I don't think you were there for a lot of... some of it, I guess.
Once upon a time, there lived a heroic bear called Banjo, a rather loud bird called Kazooie, and an unpleasant witch called Gruntilda. When
Oh,
Banjo's
Banjo-Kazooie
sister
came out in
was kidnapped,
1980.
the bear and bird
1998.
rescued her from the depths of the witch's
Okay, I need bigger text
overcoming
box than
many
that.
perils and speech impediments to send Gruntilda.
Alright, I'm on my head off to bed, though.
Alright, good night, Will. I'll catch you
Alright,
tomorrow.
good night.
And
Yep,
surprising
catch you
nobly,
tomorrow.
the hag soon rose from her grave for round 2. Our brave heroes once again stood in her way, and this second showdown ended just as badly for Gruntilda, who really should have quit while she was ahead.
Hey.
Years have passed, and peace reigns in Spiral Mountain. So what became of the bear, the bird, and the witch?
I need some good pizza. Oh, this is the life. Sunshine is not care in the world. This is the DJ Jam Jars on Spiral Mountain FM. Worker news, punks. Do you know it's been 2 years? About 10 years. Okay, wow, I need to read that fast. Maybe we put a couple pounds.
Yeah, so it's not like we're gonna fight that old hag anymore.
Yeah, that new area is covered up.
It's been 8 long years and bounce back here. I will win my time and thank you. Blah, blah, blah.
Nope.
Can't see you with me a rocket. Let's go take a look.
I think I can still carry just about anything for a quiet life. Alright, first off, let's make the speech text a little bit bigger. That I cannot do here for some reason. Why can't I? Oh, I see the Jinjos and the music notes and everything. Okay, so it's like wood flown there. Okay, so it's just like making all the fat jokes I see. Can I go in my home? Man, they really let themselves go. Oh. I keep skipping Kazooie's text. They maybe made Banjo pant so much. How often are they gonna bring that text box over and over again? What the grunty? Is that you?
Yes, it's me, Apache Fool. I'm back again and ready to rule. Without a doubt, you noticed you're just a skull. At least I got a gut that's rumbling now. I'll bite your butt.
That is a Comic Sans text. Greetings, second-rate game characters. Oh my. Who are you? The title is the Lord of Games, but you has been called me the Log. I am Grand Creator of all video games. I couldn't believe you, the Grand Creator.
Everyone is not very well, very well. Your name is odd. You look a bit queer.
So tell old Grunty, I did not read that far. And also, what? I came to settle your differences, cliché crone. You play a challenge of choice. Spiral Mountain, the loser, eternally toil in my video game factory.
This sounds like a preposterous ruse. What do you do if you refuse?
Oh dear. I wish that they could stay like this, but I suppose people would actually like to take part in this game. So they're breaking the fourth wall a lot. Now then, with the Banjo tradition, your challenges will consist of collecting pointless collectibles. Like the collectathon. That, yeah. Look at all this low effort PNG and stuff. Also low effort collectibles, Jesus. No, this is too painful to watch. Gamers today won't like this all and want to shoot things. But as we are broadening the demographic, I'll have to think of something original. Now it's just insulting, like, really, Banjo. Well, then failures are much. I can't keep reading. Failures
I say for game strategy.
But nowhere near as many as that Italian gentleman. Wow. He does have a point. I will now transport you to the new game world, considerably more impressive than anything you've seen before.
My body's gone, but not my eyes. All I see is black lies.
Mr. Log, I don't think any of us are really good enough in shape for another adventure. Well, that was fast.
Any other requests?
Hey, LCD brain. Where are my moves in the previous games?
LCD brain.
You'll be needing those. You're rather outdated anyway.
Smart Brain in our last game. Now she's just extra lame.
Please follow me with those vehicles before I change my mind.
Come on, Banjo, grab us the cool-looking one. Yes, Lolly, you just watch me go. I'll win this time. Just know.
This one looks. Man, they go fast with the text.
Now it looks like a shopping trolley. Where look? Stupid. Faster, Banjo. Put your foot down.
That cutscene went fast. That went through that person.
That looks rather painful. Let us begin, shall we? Which workshop is my splendid video game factory? Explore the town, the doors, which lead to my world, blah blah blah. Jiggies are the best.
You can come up if we were chasing you twice before.
Silence, pretty girl. I deposit the Jiggy rest anymore. Win the bank enough Jiggies, you find a door open, Starman to potentially win the game.
Well, here it looks not nice. Look.
You say so, Banjo. Where were telling us what happened to the wart brain? While you slept, I become a mechanic, building my grandpots and make you panic.
Quentin's role game quite simple. You prevent your game back to Starman.
But how are we gonna play a death game? Oh, wow, this is going fast. This is dubious polarity. Oh my god. What's this stick? Meditates tub.
Actually, you're fine with this stick. Magical with high power.
So Bart Brain gets a nice wrench. What do you have to do with the love? What do we do have to love a wrench?
What the heck is that?
But this is going to be like that. Hold down the trigger to pick up the object, please. We can release it to drop them. Pick up Mumbo's crate and take it all to Skull Face Intimate over there.
They went through the intro to this game super fast. Wow. What the heck? Drop the bumble crate and special things on the ground, then we talk. Bumble crate open better contain parts in order to play. This crate has simple parts with thin word, not get confused. Better use left stick to look for parts in bumble crate. When bored of looking, press B button to continue. Job. Think of an inflatable real thing. Okay. Okay. There finds lots of mumbo crates around. All crates contain different parts. Bring back crates to Mumbo to open store new parts chain. That's how far get more new parts to build vehicles. Now come with Mumbo into garage. We try to make something useful with simple parts. Better find. This is so different. Conveyor board, magnificent Mumbo motors. Let the heroes build great vehicle to be ugly crone Quintilda. You have the music, I guess. First bear. Surely you managed to press the A button. Call log. Trolley, linearity tray, carry stuff. Storage category. Okay, so we have to add it there. Because now we have to press the wheels. So we have to buy seats now. Okay, so it's right down there. Got it. Trolley, vehicle database. There we go. That thing is upside down. What? Bear stand next to things, left trigger. I'm gonna kind of give up on some of the voices because my god. So we're just like Halo flipping over. Press the buttons to get in and out of vehicles. Too far, press the Y button to quickly recall vehicle. Okay, so Y is the button to drive and move around. We'll now see what control they can do. Okay. So they're all... I can't skip the dialogue? Okay. Okay. So I've discovered a warp. Man, they're not really giving me much freedom in this beginning part. You know, a simple, like, guide point will be fine because, my god, this is, like, getting kind of ridiculous. Oh, there it is. Like, the dialogue goes super fast. My god, the controls in this is super slippery. That Gaha is different. It's crashing everyone. Okay, so I'm just like learning about how this game works. So basically, what I'm getting at a lot of these games kind of skipping the dialogue now because it's like oh. trying to talk to you. So basically, the log person is kind of like a dictator because everyone's scared of them. That's what I'm getting at in this game currently. They are also talking a lot in this area. Jesus. Okay, so I can't go up there. Why do I get that notification to go up there then? Alright, let's just find this factory then. I really can't drive on those things. Oh, hey, here we go. Okay, so they have RB if you're driving. My God. Driving is very slippery. Like acceleration is super fast. There's no... Yeah, there's no, like, medium. It's like, go forward or not, basically. Yeah, it's very back heavy. Like, God, this is a Banjo game, I guess. Might be easier to drive backwards. You know what? I should probably drive backwards. Actually, let me try driving backwards. Actually, no. It's about the same. So whether it drive forward or backwards, it's about the same speed. So it's just a matter of... You just have to tap it in order to get to places. So I guess that's... Huh. There's no extra jump. So I can still get hurt. At least there's auto-saving. God. God, the physics. I'm trying not to jump off, but man, the physics are something against me. What is this physics?
Why, well, the globes are available when you bring enough jiggies. You don't have any jiggies yet, so I'll grant you the first globe for free. Placing the globe on this plant will unlock one of the fabulous game worlds of my creation. Be careful not to lose the game globe, otherwise you'll have to come back up here and get another by using a wrench bolt. Now put the game globe in your vehicle and take it to the plant, and I'll tell you how to you in your first jiggy.
Tutorial heavy Batman. Okay, so I got that in there. Okay, so this is very front. Oh. Yeah, without proper acceleration, this is going to be really... Whoa. Interesting. Open nuts? Are you kidding me? Okay, so those are the amount of jiggies I need, which It was originally music notes in the game, so I guess jiggies are... Oh, no, actually, jiggies were used to open up the new worlds, in a sense. So, yeah, there are, like, doors that you need music notes.
Wonderful, the first game world is now activated. Each game world is several acts, where jiggies can be won. Each door leads to a different act. You'll notice that each door requires a set number of jiggies to open. I like to think of it as classic Bond trail homage.
I kind of say, like, that's kind of a yes there. Homage. Because it's like, yes, you did need jiggies to open new worlds, so I kind of see that technically that's true.
Jiggy, total required as shown above the door, so you'll need a number of jiggies in the jiggy bank to open it. As you can see, in Act 1, the game world is now open, so take a look inside, as this is where your first jiggy is located.
So press and hold Y. So there are collectibles in each area. At least in Nuts and Bolts, they got that whole transition, which is a really nice transition screen. Nutty Acres. What? Klongo is back. Wait, are each world something like this? Inclusive plot. Wait, they... Oh my god, did they actually... They made her really more sexual attractive. That's for sure. Also, there's a Jiggy that was on there, multiple.
Highest Nutty Frog Island, home to Nutty Acres. It's actually quite famous. This is where they grow the toughest, most resilient coconuts in the world.
Hey, Kazooie! This place doesn't look too bad. Check out the view. Ooh, I'm yawning.
I guess that for a place inside a log's head, I expected worse. And speaking of unusual dense nuts, isn't that Klungo? What's with the Jiggy over his head?
I believe you know the quirky green fellow. Push Congo with the X button and talk.
Can I talk on the thingy? I guess not. That's unfortunate. You moved.
Hey there, Klongo. Not time to see.
Which was fine with us, to be honest. So where's the warty one?
Klongo not work for Grunty no more, which mean and smell bad. Klongo buy her deodorant. She never uses it. Klongo one the good guys now.
Really?
Huh? Really? That's nice. So what's with the floating Jiggy over your head? Klongo, miss, this me Klongo have challenge. We Klongo challenge Klongo's challenge and he give bear pretty cool Jiggy.
So I have to win challenges?
Big Fire Town Farm, Nuts and Burning Farms, Bear Quick Farm, Quick Office, go up and smoke.
Wow. Did he just start that fire?
That's fine.
In theory, keep her breath. Now if you want to help, I've lost my talent trot. Looks like nuts are in for a roasting.
Try funny or drink Pokey to get farm quicky. Look at arrow map to see which way to go. Hurry, Klongo. Not want meeting had enough from which. Better save farm. Klongo get over Jiggy.
Okay, so log wimp out? Are you kidding me? They actually that was deep, yeah. Also, wimp out, really? They're making you feel bad for this type of stuff. Okay. Let's show us the game. Press A. Comic Sans, everyone. Honestly, okay. In all seriousness, in all seriousness, I don't get the hate on Comic Sans. I really don't. What's with the hate of Comic Sans? I'm not an artist. Cook at least the boo. Oh, trots.
Thanks for asking for it, but I think I'll skip lunch.
Bear would fast challenge pretty good. Bear go back to Klungo. Not bad, I want some though. Good job, first Jiggy fast. Okay, so I can take that. Might be a good time to get there. I will be back. No worries. Oh, I didn't even need to. So there's Jinjos around. Let me play with your instrument. Hop is Fast and Furious? Oh, come on. Wait, what do I have to do? What's my challenge? Oh, okay. Now I understand. God, that was so confusing. But then again, I pressed A. God. What a world. Yeah, this is definitely different. after just playing with it, I never grew up with Banjo, but man, just playing this is like definitely not used to it. See, back region must collect it now. Jennifer's busy. And then transport it to the Jenny for sake cave being okay. Oh. That adds more of a chore to it. Yeah. Oh, I did not know that was your mouth. God. Pressing X to swing your branch. Humble gift. Ooh. Okay, so each world is set for a limit. Okay. I knew that was gonna happen. Oh, so you can get that. Okay, so I see how this is, but those are PNG files in there. That's a PNG file. Looks like the same world. Is it basically like, because I have the world ball? Okay, so it's basically saying these worlds are going to be based on the same level. These levels are the same worlds. But specifically, they're going to be, okay, yeah, so they're going to be basically same worlds, but different levels. Got it. I do not like that save content. Man. I gotta turn on my fan. I am getting cooked right now. I need to bring some water. First impressions of the game, not very good. Definitely not. Because, like, they made fun of, like, the Banjo formula. It's really weird. I basically... Ekum bokum. Really? This is definitely a very child-oriented game. But then again, Banjo-Kazooie was child-oriented. Making me carry this stuff? I just stopped because I thought I could boost. I don't like the... Wait. How did I do carry again? Right. I, for some reason, could not remember how to carry. I'm gonna try my best with some of these, but man, this is already a bit weird. Okay. What the heck? This game is a little glitchy. Come on, push. Uploading to leaderboard? I don't think many people play this game still. Also, there's 97 trophies. Jesus. There's a lot of jiggies around here. Okay. I do not know who you are, though. Yeah, he's a new character. Mark the course. All right. Dang, this guy's a racer. I like how the bugs just fly. The physics are interesting is what I would say. It's the highlight of this game is what I would say is the physics going all over the place. That's definitely the highlight I like. It's definitely a toy box-esque feel. You had a head start, you dingus. What the? Well, that was lucky. Luckily I stopped him and pushed me. Couldn't I just, like, not follow the path? I'm not 100% certain. I'm not done yet. Oh, so close. If I didn't mess up that one time, I would have made it. Well, like I did with original Banjo 1 and 2, I don't really care about getting 100%. There we go. The physics are here interesting, is what I would say. Graphics look nice, but it's definitely a we're making a toy box kind of feel. This is interesting. I really don't know what else to say about this. Oh, notes. There's a bunch of notes up here, so I'll get them. All right. Geronimo! Oh, God. I didn't realize the lava I could not get hurt. Yeah. Okay. Alright. In vehicle form, alright. Rubbish husband. Are they married? Because in the original they were never married. They just don't like each other. That's one I'm just like weirded out by. They also sexualized her a lot. Uh-huh. Can I knock this down? Oh god. I am going all over the place. Yeah, I gotta restart this challenge. I wonder if I could... No, I wish I could pick it up while driving. Oh, so that's how you look back. I was always wondering, how do you look back? When I look back at my life, I think of, who done it? Yeah, I don't like the saving content like all the way up there. It's really annoying. Especially when it goes over dialogues. That's like, come on. You guys couldn't have put it somewhere else? These are challenges? Like, the one thing, like, what Banjo-Kazooie is known for is open world collecting at any point and without going to these little things. Oh, I can push her? I wonder if I can push her. Push her to the lava. Oh. What? Ah, what? Okay. Is there any way to check the map? No, there is no way. There is no way to check the map in this. At least we could fast travel to this town, I guess. Yeah, collecting these and doing this last bit is kind of more tedious than anything. So there's 200, okay, in the world collectively. What the heck happened here? Why grunty? What am I fighting? Why did I have to walk all around like that? This must be it. Oh. Okay. I gotta create my own vehicles later. that it? I could have done that earlier. That was... I thought I had to crash into her, but I guess I just had to just go grab it. Jeez. What is this thing? I can't even see it. Yeah, I'm already not liking this game. After playing Banjo 1 and 2. It's supposed to have some charm to it. It has the attempt there, I guess. Ooh. So I can go up green slopes, right? Heck yeah! I don't have to go all around again. But, I don't know. I'm already kind of bored of this because it's just like... Banjo-Kazooie was fine. This one is just... tedious? I feel like I can beat this game all in one sitting if I really chose to. I'm not gonna do it tonight, because I'm already feeling the tiredness in me. But, my god, it says something when I'm already a bit bored of this game. Like, Banjo was nice. This one just feels like it's tedious and makes fun of itself and the games that came before it. Like, that's... It's not supposed to be a parody of any kind. It's supposed to be a love letter to Banjo games, but it's not. Not really, yeah. Mm-mm. It's like these worlds are, you go in and go out, go in, go out, go in, go out. It's like, that's not how what it was originally. Alright, let's see this intro. Oh, that's an Xbox thing. This is supposed to be parodying like 90s, 80s shows or something. Also, his eyes were still in the glasses. Yeah, they sexualized her a little bit. Coding sensation. Honestly. Oh. So this is supposed to be inside an Xbox? Honestly, this is already pretty cool just because about how creative an idea it was. In my honest opinion, it's like if I ever get a chance to make a classic game, I wonder what classic game would people be okay with me remaking. Like, based, like, I know like there's reputations, and I do want to. Like, here's my thing. I genuinely want to work on some games, so my own creations, but also at the same time, like, some original, like, already made IPs. Like, I honestly would love to work on like other games. And maybe I'll make the next Smash game. Yeah, like that ever happen. Did it ever happens? Like, I don't know how I feel because I'm not the biggest Smash person slash fighter expertise person. But at the very least, I kind of know what kind of to go after when it comes to okay, when it comes to fan service and certain games. Okay. Also, I don't understand what means if it's red on the thing or on the map specifically. So if we go into it. They don't even hurt me. Can I actually get hurt outside of just lava or fall damage? Ugh. So vehicle with passenger seats, eh? So I can at least create anytime. Okay, this is weird, but I guess okay. Oh, whoops. Okay, so there we go. Oh, you can rotate it, okay. I really don't care about the naming. Okay, so basically, I have passengers now. Whoa. Okay, that is a really annoying enemy. Oh, I thought I was gonna fail that whole thing. Well, not get the trophy specifically, but again, I'm not going for 100%. I am guaranteed not getting 100% in this game. I'm honestly don't really have much to say about this game, without just like sparing out nonsense. Oh, hey, Agent Joe. Oh, I have to do something. I've been doing something a little bit. Scarecrow at least, and then I'll get lost. What is this? Yeah, I'm just like doing other stuff. Doing mod stuff because I am a mod in certain things. Crayon stuck with it. Bit of book, smash. Let's find a book. Okay, so the fist doesn't work unless I actually ram them. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was even closer. Oh, it's not as close. Hold on. I'm gonna have to work on the something mod related after stream because this is gonna be pretty important. In the first case, I'm gonna have to. Where is it? And I like falling down. It's funny. I should have checked on the map better. Ah! I gotta restart challenge. I gotta restart challenge. This is getting really ridiculous. Where is it? Okay, so it's right up there. So, okay. Like I got it now. So it has to be up there, right on that green thing. Right up here somewhere. There it is. They are look crayon-like looking things. Oh, God. It's somewhat like logs, but at the same time doesn't. It's a little weird. Limits of on-call people and not picking up phones. Jesus. Hate that feeling too. Dude, I've been like expecting calls from like interview or messages from like interviewers or recruiters. And what the worst part is that they don't even message me back. I've been like, I get that people not picking up their phones and everything, so there's that. But yeah, yeah, I found Indeed is a good place to receive calls back and whatnot. Yeah, I've been using like LinkedIn and stuff. It's just that I do need a job soon in order to make sure things work out in my own like apartment and stuff, because I want to work on a lot of things and I haven't been able to focus on some of the things I want to do. Oh, so the red is equal to... Oh, if you're on the wrong level. Got it. Holy crap. But yeah, Indeed, I have to make an account for that, and I don't like making an account. More accounts than I need to. I don't know. At this point, I might have to just end up buckling up and just, like, situate myself and, you know... Yeah. I just gotta work on some stuff. had like 40 contacts within my first day on Indeed. Nice. You know what sucks about me though is that I'm actually really bad at connecting with, keeping contact with some people. Like I actually legit am. Just because like I have so many things going on and it's like legit an ADHD thing for me because I have ADHD. It's like I sometimes forgetful and not message people of like right away. Sometimes like when I get contacts, if I don't contact them like constantly, they just straight up ignore. And then it's like some contacts I try to keep talking with them and then it just end up like I only respond to one of them. Yeah, I like, for me specifically, I try to maintain contacts, and some of them like contacts I got in like a couple big companies like Google and Facebook, and they have not responded to me. I asked them about stuff and they just like drop the ball after I have like a week or a month of not talking to them. It's just like, come on guys. I know I haven't talked to you guys in a while, but I'm trying to talk with you guys to get some jobs. Also, I was not paying attention. What do I have to do with this thing? Oh, I need to re-look at this because that's definitely something. Yeah, no, I was just like, there's something in this challenge and I was not paying attention. It's actually really sad. Like when I was playing this, it's not a Banjo game. Like there are essences of Banjo, but this is not a Banjo. That's what I was thinking. Because like one thing is about this is that the Banjo game is meant to collect items and not like keep asking for levels like this. This game is more tedious than anything, to be honest. It doesn't really have much charm to it, in a sense. So another accident. Console antenna fallen off, maintenance. You need to take it high up to the console to get it working. Okay, so it does say up top about the objective. Okay. I don't know. There's a lot of aspects of this that it's like, it kind of like makes fun of games like it was in the past and not embracing some of the quirkiness as well and constantly demeaning all hard work on stuff like that. It's just like it doesn't seem like a game that is trying to, I wouldn't say take itself seriously, but definitely doesn't respect the past source material a lot. Like the biggest thing I would say that this game has for itself is that its physics are interesting. I like the physics at times, and it's quirky enough. It is literally that this game is literally a bunch of driving. That's just it. Like Banjo-Kazooie in itself is a platformer. Yeah, the style of the art, it seems like a really nice upgrade. Like Banjo in itself, like the original Banjo. Actually, I could show you because we're in like an area where we can see Banjo. Like here, this cover art is like the original Banjo-Kazooie, like N64. Like that's Banjo in his original form. And Kazooie as well. It's very cartoony, which Kazooie looks fine. Banjo is definitely one of those like you have to get used to it. And it's a fun little game that the graphics look fine. The Banjo you just get used to. The worlds seem pretty alright. It either has a lot going into it, like these enemies. But it's okay. But that's it so far. Like, it's kind of, these enemies don't attack you. There's like, I found nothing that can really hurt you other than like the environment where you fall down or go into a lava pit. It's supposed to be like based in like an Xbox, I'm guessing. Like, Banjo-Kazooie in itself is a platformer where it's like an open world platform where you get to a place and you just have fun. And you can get to different levels. Like, you don't have the essence of just like go to a world, to go to another world, to go to another level, to go to another one. It's like it basically keeps going back and forth. Like, that's the problem it has. And the Jiggies was like collectibles. You collect it, you're done. I don't like to save content over some of the texts. That's really annoying. The Jiggies in itself are very much like you have to pick them up and take them to a certain square. And like, that's more tedious than anything. Like, this game has more tedious, unnecessary things that just doesn't make the game as fun as it could be. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You collect those Jiggies in the past, but this one you just have to literally put them somewhere, carry them to a specific location in order for them to be, in a sense, collected. And there's a lot of like random text going on. The levels are like, they're just challenges. It's not like the original levels where you can kind of just find the Jiggies and stuff. It would be most enjoyed to turn off your brain, pretty much. Yeah, like, here's the thing. This game, if it didn't have the Banjo-Kazooie title on it, basically, this game is a very typical, like, fun for kids. You play it off like, I can see some fun with this in some kids. Like, it's quirky, it has some things. How much does this cost? Yeah, but it's just, it just has a lot of things that it just doesn't work with Banjo. It has the essence of Banjo, like, only, I would say the essence of Banjo is about 20 to 30% there. And then the rest of it is just like doing its own thing that's completely different from Banjo. Oh yeah, it's 10, yeah. Like, honestly, as I said earlier, Yves, I honestly am already kind of bored of this game. I mean, I tend to play it to the end where I will beat the final boss. I'm not going for 100% or anything, but I will go to the when I beat the final boss. But I am honestly kind of bored of this game. Like, Banjo 1 and Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie were at least fun in their own right in, like, platformers, and I kind of enjoyed the quirkiness and the levels. This one is just, I'm just driving around, really. This is like more for entertaining for kids and not for me, honestly. I'm definitely not like enjoying this as much as I gotcha. Since you started, I might as well finish it. Yeah, because like, here's the thing about me. I'm a person who really dislikes incompleting games. I mean, I've axed games before and I've replayed certain games multiple times. Like, I tend to just play games when I up to beat them, and some of them I will go for. Some I don't think I ever gone to 100% in certain ones, not counting certain things. But I have beaten games, and I have canceled. I have axed certain games in my past, like Bastion, Fez, F-Zero, and other games on stream. Not saying that it was impossible. Now I could at some point bring them back. But it's definitely one of those games that I'm gonna have to think about like a long time. But yeah, there's certain games that I just like, I will try to beat this, and I mean this game is not the worst thing I've ever played. Ho no. The worst game I've ever played, and I think like you know the game Superman 64. I put myself through that just because I just wanted to know how bad the game was. And oh boy, I beat it from start to finish. I looked up the guide to do it, and some of them, it's like, oh my god, I just subjected myself to this. I've played some bad games on my streams. But yeah, no, I'm a person who tries to complete games, and since my backlog already has a lot, I mean, I figured I'd just, like, at least play them until I beat them, kind of thing. The face of Superman always made me laugh at that game. Yeah, true. You know one thing I really hope that someone actually made a Superman mod for specifically, they made a specific mod for Superman, and I honestly really do think there can be good Superman game. Like, the production of Superman from Sector 5, the canceled one, looked actually genuinely entertaining. And I do agree with, like, people like Proton John and stuff, like, who really wanted it, because I've watched Proton John's, if you know that person, Let's Play of Superman 64, one of the longest Let's Plays that's still been going today. It's like, basically, his Let's Play started, like, since the beginning of YouTube. Like, the beginning of YouTube. And it's still going on to this day. For more reasons than not. It's entertaining to say at the least, but it's funny to think. I beat that Superman game before he even completed a whole playthrough of that on his old Let's Play of it. I wouldn't say he completed it in any way, but he has completed it on stream once. But yeah, I've played some bad games. I do want to go back to, like, Let's Playing games, and I do want to actually make legit content, like random other content for, like, entertaining for YouTube and stuff. There is a lot of rings. Yep. Like, to me, I want to make a lot of content. One of the biggest issues right now is, obviously, I want to hire an editor. I'm at this point, like, I've tried editing, be as it may, that either is my motivation or lack, like, my ADHD brain. Honestly, at this point, I kind of say it's my ADHD brain for the most part, where I keep losing focus on it. But for sure, I do want a editor for, like, my own YouTube channel. Are you not even talking to me? You're just talking to the control. Wow, you're just okay. Whatever. For my YouTube channel and for my like other group channel, like, I do want this, and I do think we can make a lot of good content with it. Now, with that being said, am I able to, I want to now, but do I really think I can do it right now? I don't think so, because the biggest issue I have right now is that even if someone's willing to do it for free, I want to pay people for their time and effort for it. And it's like, that's the thing. It's like, I have ideas, I have plans of just doing simple ones first, and then other ideas of just, like, going further and beyond. But I can't accomplish that at the moment because I don't have a job to consistently pay, and I don't want to undermine people who work for me. Like, I legit don't know how much people need, like, pay for like, editors and stuff like that, but I do want to pay them a good amount. That's what I want. But I get back to the company as well. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is, like, I want to get on the YouTube grind, but I have been focusing on getting a job first that I can maintain for a while. Man, you can't even press A to skip the text. You have to wait for it to go through. Usually pay by video could be like $40 a video. Is that really? Because I think videos could be are a lot longer depending on how much edit you do. Like, a lot more. So when I see, like, it could be like a few hundred per video specifically, but I don't know. That's just me. I don't even need to build my own contraptions all the time. Oh my. Well, I found, like, my favorite vehicle, which is, like, the this thing. That's for sure. It's actually kind of fun flying the helicopter. It's actually legit pretty intuitive. This one is probably the most intuitive vehicle I have ever flew. And that's saying something. Like, the driving is super finicky, but this one is pretty all tight. Like, I'm actually saying that it's like it's hard to turn a little bit, but I think I could get used to it. Who knew that flying would be the best vehicle in this entire game? Like here, my turning is actually not that bad, and going up and down is not too bad either. That's actually pretty fun. I say that, and I was failing to go properly. I'm not going for the trophies. Makes the game easier, it seems. Yeah, too. Not sure how, what our work pays per video, yeah. Well, because, like, to me, it depends on the per video work. Because, like, I do have ideas for videos where it would be either, like, I pay per, like, edits in video, or, like, how much effort kind of thing. So, like, when it comes to the editor, to me, I want to look at, like, some kind of, like, what's the kind of, like, typical pays for, like, edits and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know what kind of YouTubers you watch, but I know that one of the biggest examples is, like, Markiplier, for example. A lot of his videos are just edits of his streams, and then his editor just adds his own things, and they just cut them up. That's kind of what I want to do with some of my streams, with playthroughs and stuff like that, where I play the games, and if they're a series, I'd be like, oh, okay, this series is just like, do it like this, or do it like that, add your own things, making sure it's consistent, or just like make it a complete, or make it even like a, can I even pull it out? I don't know. Or like, yeah, make it like, a... just like a short, like, compilation kind of thing. Like, that would be my thing of, like, a stream edit kind of thing. Obviously, every edit is different, and I didn't want to find which one really works for me. As for, like, Let's Plays edits, for the most part, I think I would just go with a typical, like, most of the content will be good to show unless I am specifically cutting out certain things or speeding up. Like, that stuff would need to be cut out. Unless there's, like, really funny moments. And then there is, like, what else? Like, and then there's, like, compilations that are just straight up full-on edits of funny things, and then there's also the other, like, special ones that are just like, I want to do, like, funny funny shows or whatever. Like, yeah, average pay is like $20 an hour, but depending on the skill of the editor, they could complete it pretty fast. That's true, yeah. That's also depending on that too, like, and how much effort they put into it. Like, they basically say, like, a heavily edited compilation video could take them about, like... Could actually take them about, like, 8 hours to complete. And that's, like, only, like... Man, my math is failing. $160? And it's like, no, I can't... And, like, if it's a heavy edits and stuff like that, I can't ask them to do... I can't just give them that much money. Like, I would prefer to give them a lot more based on... Like, to me, edits would be based on hours, how long it would take to complete a certain video, and then how much edits were given, and then I would just be like, alright, we'll average it out and see how much I like it. $20 an hour for, like, the simplest of edits. Well, it's also like you have to watch an entire video making sure it's okay multiple times. amount of content. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely something I would have to talk about to anybody who's editing and have to work with them. But definitely an editor is something I very much need in order for me to continue anything within YouTube. That's why it's easier to do minor edits over live streams and put them on YouTube. Yeah, that's for sure one of the things I want to do for, like, let's see. Like, that's the thing, like, I want to do is find someone that can, find someone that can edit simple videos like that. And having someone, at least a friend of mine, did not know that thing was going to jump. It's hard to defend him. Man, it's hard to defend this guy. I think I needed a egg gun. This thing is tough. YouTube all funny moment clips EBPZ. You'd be surprised how my upload key works. Makes sense. Yeah, this fist sucks sometimes. Man, this is hard. Especially with, like, a vehicle like this. Okay. How long is this fight? I definitely needed a shooter. Yeah, I definitely needed to restart this. God, that's so bad. I'll move up to how many clips. So yeah, that's how it works. I definitely, like, doing YouTube is definitely one of those things that it definitely be, I would definitely enjoy a little bit, especially like what I want to do. Heck, I even have my own Let's Plays that are currently, are basically currently in the works right now. But the problem is just whoopsie. I'm just gonna name it whatever. Whatever it is, it's gonna be that. If that was a rough for sure, yep. But yeah, no, it's YouTube, all that stuff. I'm definitely gonna be working on that stuff. It's definitely my plan to work on stuff like that. God, controlling a vehicle really sucks. I don't like this mission. This mission sucks. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It exploded. Yeah, controlling a vehicle sucks. I don't know if it's just the amount of power I put on or what, but my god, this is like... I put a lot on this vehicle. It might be just the amount of power I've used. But yeah, this is gonna probably be the last bit of levels I'm gonna do before I call it quits for tonight. Good thing that it was like kind of auto aim if in the right direction. But yeah, no, it's like with YouTube stuff, I do plan to actually go back. Oh, that's bull! It was right in there. Dang it. No worries, buddy. Well, yeah, when it comes to like YouTube stuff, I'm definitely going to be planning a lot of stuff. You should. I look forward to your work too. Okay, as long as I get the jiggy, it's fine. Oh, come on. No. Oh my god, I hate this. Oh my god, that is so annoying. I am not doing that again. Heck no. Screw you. God. That was utter bull. Good morning, Andrew. I'm gonna be ending off soon once I do like these last couple missions to end it off tonight. You just missed the hard one. Well, mine will be easy, but yeah, it's more for me than anything. But cool to show love, yeah. For sure. Like, I honestly am not going to be taking the career path of content creation because there's a lot of risks for that. And I do know the risks, and I do know like how to focus on doing it. The only issue I have right now is actually committing to some of the stuff. And I am not going to be doing it as a job, but I'm going to do it as like a side fun little project thing to do. And honestly, I think that will be like the more fun thing to do. Like having it more fun, like that's what I'm doing with Twitch. Like if I have it as a job, there's a high risk of it actually becoming not fun for certain ways. I think I definitely want more fun with what I like to do. And I think that's what a lot of people should do with content creation. Like, content creation is definitely something that... Grandbox. Got it. Yeah, like, having fun is something that I say is essential to... what the heck? Is essential to what is content creation. At least that is to me. Physics on this. Yeah, the physics on this is like so weird. Or like, I won't say the physics, it's the more of like grabbing the contraptions. Like, I like some of the physics, but man, it's also sometimes really annoying. Like the pulling of the stuff like that is grabbing and placing is slightly concerning. Yeah, the gravitation of these things are so weird. God. Hey, coconut under the bridge. What am how many am I supposed to bring? I actually don't know. Oh, am I supposed to bring 14 in total? I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so I just need one more. Oh, come on. That is not what I want to pick up. Okay. That thing can suck up things. I feel like staying on the casual side is becoming, becoming too much. As I know, my buddy has 1 million subs. Seriously? Wow, that must be a big buddy for you. Dude, I hope he still remembers you because he's YouTube famous. I kid, of course. I hope he's enjoying himself with 1 million. Oh, this makes it so much easier. I thought it was like other things have to be done, but no, it's just a matter of like you just have to suck it up. There we go. That was a lot easier to figure it out. He's a good friend. Gets to him sometimes, but it's normal for anyone, especially with kind of pressure. Get pop words. You know, I get that. Yeah, because like one thing, I'm not gonna be like anyone who does it as an actual job, content creation. Kudos to all of you. Like seriously. My thing is it's like content creation changes so often now that unless you're a really established person, you're not gonna last for too much longer with content creation. It lasts for like a really short while before you start being like lower on the end, I guess, for some people. Yeah, there's always expectations, yeah. And that's the thing that needs to be careful with people who wants to get into content creation. For me, content creation is fun. When I want to be creative, I will be creative. When I want to just be casual and doing my casual playthroughs, I will do casual playthroughs. I don't care what people think. If you guys enjoy my content or like how I play things, then that's how it is. Yeah, pressing A does not help. It kind of sucks. So involves series attack completed. Listen to the most instructions. Complete training. Okay, so I have to listen to this guy. Ooh, flying machine. Does he always have to be up here, mate? Yeah, the flying is the best part about this game. I'm already having more fun flying than driving. And that says something. Because driving is like half of the game. The flying is so much more intuitive. A little bit clunky, but still way more intuitive than the driving. Like, you can just fly anywhere in the world, and this is like, yeah, the world seems vast. I like it, but it's not the Banjo aesthetic 100% for sure. But it's still fun. Mayday, mayday. I was like falling down, and they were just like, okay. How far do these guys can shoot? Pretty far. Jesus. There's a bit of auto aim, for sure. Like right there. There's a bit of auto aim, but man. Why can't I just fly around? Taking it with me. I can literally take his whole entire hut. Alright, there is one more thing over here that I can do. And I'm calling it there. Yeah, definitely here. I'm definitely gonna wait and see how things turn out. I'm really wanting to get a job soon so I can start working on projects I put off. Heck, I've been working on a game project that I put on hiatus. My videos have been on hiatus. My other things have been on hiatus. It's just like, why can't a company hire me? I want a company to hire me. Some of it's my fault, yes, but other times I just want a company to hire me, okay? At least one that I can like. He sounds like he's trying to burp. Holy Jesus, this thing is slow. That was his acceleration? All right, this is much better. That was a better acceleration. How's the handling though? Oh, I see how you are. I see how you are. You and I are gonna have a little chit-chat. Oh, whoops. Y does not do that. It's X that presses the anything. Gimme, 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 gimme. I'm gonna restart that. This thing is way too wide, but I'm gonna work with it. I'm gonna work with it somehow. If I could get her to turn around and not get caught in my parts, that would be great. I know this is meant for a cage match or something like that, but come on. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to rethink this one. This looks better. Oh, that's so much better. She's cheating. Oh, it's the kitty thing that Gruntilda pushed away. I think it's a cheater. Oh wow, I hit that crap. Thank you, crap. So you don't have to follow the arrows. It literally taught me that I can just kind of cheese it. This thing is a lot of driving. It is literally a driving simulator. If I couldn't turn there, it was like I was just there, and it was just like I couldn't turn. Don't worry, I got this, boys. I was almost there. That was unlucky, yeah. But yeah, this game is all about driving in vehicles, which is not what exactly Banjo is known for. Dang it, I was trying to be like smooth and drive backwards. I have to beat her in order to get the Jiggy. And I only want the Jiggies. Does the fuel do anything? Because I feel like the fuel is supposed to limit my driving, as in like how long I can drive. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's been decreasing enough for me to not stop driving. Like, I see it decreasing right there. I do see it. The fact of the matter still stands. It's like, it doesn't feel like I need to worry about fuels. I do like the, again, like the graphics and the effects are all right. Definitely not Banjo-esque, but whatever. Oh, I stopped her. I used the board to basically get her stuck. That is hilarious. That was actually hilarious. Get wrecked, kitty. Alright, so we're just gonna go back, get those jiggies in, and then call it there. What the fudge? What was that? Yeah, I wanted to get those jiggies, and we are good to go. Yeah, this is nothing more than just tedious. Like, again, locking on is a little bit more annoying than anything. Like, there's auto placement, but it's so wibbly wobbly that it's hard to do it right sometimes. Oh. I'm just gonna buy all the ships because I can. Alright, yep. I know I don't have enough notes, but you know what? We're gonna worry about that later. There's no saving because it's auto saves all the time, which is nice, but yeah, I don't know what I don't know what to say. Like, I want to say I give this the benefit of the doubt, but I feel like I've already seen like most of what the game has to offer, and that's really sad to say because honestly, I was trying to see this game as better than it was supposed to. It's a game, yeah, it literally is a game, but first impressions are not there. Yeah, I can't say for certain that this is a Banjo game. I did enjoy Banjo 1 despite the frustrations at the end, and Banjo 2 despite what I said. But this game, it's just a generic cart game, and honestly, I'm just kind of going through it because I can. So yeah, it really is just a game. It just has the Banjo-Kazooie essence in it, which is not really there. So yeah, I really can't say much about it. So yeah, that's Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. I will come back to this game for sure when the next time I play it. Tomorrow I am planning to play some multiplayer games with at least friends at the beginning. That's the plan. And as for other ones, mind-numbing boring. Yeah, it's literally mind-numbing boring. It's like, it technically is better than Superman 64 in terms of mechanics. But at the very least, Superman 64 was memorable because it was so bad. Like, I can't say anything about it. It's just outside of just like, it's just bad. For Superman 64 specifically, this one's just boring. It doesn't really have much essence to it. It tries to be a game that it's not, and it showcases that it's not as well at the same time. Like, it's conflicting ideas. So yeah, that's my early impressions, and honestly, I don't think it's gonna change. But I'm gonna be finishing it. Maybe there's some better levels in it later on. Maybe I might enjoy it, but yeah. As of that, I think yeah, I will be coming back tomorrow with more multiplayer and then finishing up Great Ace Attorney. I do intend to. I think D&D is still gonna be happening this Sunday, but yeah, when we get into May and then definitely early June, first half of June at the very least, it's not. I'm probably gonna be sporadic with some of my streams. For sure, because moving in and I gotta get ready with things, and I gotta get ready with like jobs and stuff. So definitely my streams are gonna be more sporadic for a little bit, just because of like things need to be situated and all that stuff. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, but I'll see you tomorrow, Yves, for sure. And we're gonna see the end of the story of Ace Attorney and all that stuff. At least Great Ace Attorney 1. There's still 2 that I'm gonna have to plan out later, but so far I'm liking the ending game. And so yeah, I think that's the plan. As of last bit of stuff, yeah, you two take it easy, have fun at good luck with the rest of your work and all that. I hope you have a great rest of your day, Yves. Hope you don't get too boring for the rest of the night or stay up too late. But yeah, there's a Discord, there's shoutouts. Every great person's great. We're gonna be raiding Grace. I don't have a raid message really, so I'm just gonna do my typical raid and just say hi to her. Be out in 45 minutes low. That's fine by me. We're gonna say hi to Grace, and we're gonna pop by and just laser raid her with anything I got. Yeah. Not much to say outside of that. Yeah, today wasn't too much excitement due to the fact that I was mainly doing a lot of Great Ace Attorney, but I'm almost done with the game. So yeah, I'm gonna be focusing on other games for now for a while. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Anyway, thank you, Yves. Thank you, anyone else who's lurking. Hope everyone have a great rest of your night. Hope everyone take care of themselves, and everyone, I'll see you guys later. And everyone rest well. Anyway, yeah. So everyone, yeah, take care and have a good night. And stay safe, everyone. And I'll catch you guys in another stream, whether it be mine or someone else's. I'll see you guys later for sure. Bye bye.